Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician, and they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and of judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for variant opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in the yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al-Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Ogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco. Beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly in as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. It was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustad, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course he would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I shouldn't just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims in the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of texts in Ramban's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
You mentioned Saladin. So was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? So he relied on Jews peripheral.
That's so the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who are not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly, it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day, and it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the bile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. These are all things, right? So Rambam. I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find it. Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fustat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary oeuvre. Very significant in terms. So, look at this right here. This is where, Ms. Abramson, please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Avraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in the Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's written with. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one in Fostad. Yes, I think so. Quite right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halakhic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halakhic works were written in very simple Hebrew. I mean, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the the way that the Talmud organized it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halacha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazaka, the strong hand. The word hand, yad in Hebrew, means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsive literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because if you recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, "What do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah." Is this going to come back on, Mr.? Yes. Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, a kind of you think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362, that definitely includes 2 mitzvot, why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was starting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Mora Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time, and they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaging in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that, they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic. And since in this book, he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides through Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his, theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay, yes, Aaron. Right, so I think you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey could change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go and look at the Talmud and verify the, trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah. that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's go back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Why not? Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go to the criticisms. Really, that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? Mr. Rodriguez, this is anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply and in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, you know, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it, you know, boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvil HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. You know, not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For your students, you know, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, you know, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim v'lo kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so I'm not on Maimonides in that way.
No, it's just that how can we get rid of anger? How can it not exist in our heart at all? That can't help it at all. It's supposed to be doctrine, very intelligent, very intelligent, very intelligent. It's just like another point. They say one of the big differences between Judaism and Christianity is that we don't try to abstain from anger. Instead, we recognize the issue and then deal with it and find that balance. So how can you say you shouldn't have any anger?
That's a very well put question, and I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud, right? But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deis together, and we can have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question. It better be short.
First of all, does he mean more that you should strive to actually have anger? Not out of it, you deal with it, but it shouldn't be as if like you're actually getting angry like recognize.
It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Chinuch, the anonymous author. Some say it's Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay, did I see another hand? Because, I have to live with her in the same house, Yes. Okay, so God is allowed to do so. Li hanakama, vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem geut lavesh. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem ish milchama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elokim, but yeah, that's a good one. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me the answer later. Let's get. This is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was he dealt with oh my gosh, this is a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not going to be angry though. But he was very opposed to. I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with, all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it was a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face." which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is, of course, what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who was predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on agadas, but he wanted to say that the agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of South France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, you can learn from, okay, you want to see Aristotle. Fine, sure, but, the citation is, Mikol lamdai hiskalti, from all my teachers I gained wisdom. But, that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said, I learned it from, Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now anyways in the lecture. So for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you could see it echoed in the halakhic literature, that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burnt Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rabbi, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the Moreh Nevuchim until they were at least 25 years old. And they set up certain parameters. These books are kosher, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred. So it's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Rav Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes that were written, and if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on a topic, but there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions, that's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish Law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat, incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like in the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. Okay, that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, then I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shner Zalman, the first ROTHSCHILD Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch HaRav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that, and then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly do Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 years before that, and nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down, and he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah. He hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. And of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Kairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They are available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay. Okay, great. So here's the joke. It's not all that funny, but so there's 3 Jewish grandmothers sitting on a bench, and they're just quietly enjoying the weather. And one of them says, "Oi," and then the second one says, "Oi vey," and then the third one says, "Oy vey is mir." And then the first one said, "Ladies, I thought we agreed we were not going to speak about the children." Good. Thank you for laughing. Okay. It's hard to tell there's laughter because I'm wearing one of these microphones, but actually inside they're laughing. They're really laughing. Okay. So tonight's class is something we actually spoke about 2 years ago, and it was before we started videotaping these classes. So I wanted to reintroduce it. I hope that you don't remember this class because it'll be ruined otherwise. And I have to apologize also because yesterday I had to do a very quick trip up to New York. I went up in the morning and came back at night. It was kind of a rigorous trip. And I did not have, and I realized why I like Surfside so much. It's like, it's clean. People don't paint on walls here. But anyway, I did not have a chance to make the movable Prezi that you enjoy normally. So we're going to do old tech. We're just going to do a PowerPoint for today that I used from a long time ago. One last word. We don't have a sponsor for this week. So the lecture is sponsored by Young Israel Bal Harbor. My daughter suggested that one of the first steps toward world domination is to sponsor one of these lectures. And I'm speaking to the internet audience as well. Please consider sponsoring a lecture, because it's great for the synagogue to have a little support as they are building their new magnificent edifice just down the street. But today's topic is going to, but being here, as I like to say, is a sponsorship that's tremendously valuable to me. I'm really glad that you come and enjoy the lectures. Okay, so today's topic is a very unusual one. Because we try to focus on biographies, I have chosen a name, King Bulan. However, it's quite possible that Bulan did not exist, or he existed under a different name, and we know very, very little about him as a person. I'm using him as an excuse to speak about the nation that he represented, that is the nation of the Khazars, which represents one of the most bizarre chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Basically, what we're going to be talking about is, in the middle of the 8th century, a large and powerful empire with regional control throughout much of the northern Caspian region, which would be today Ukraine, the Caucasus region, and over into Kazakhstan, simply decided to convert to Judaism all at once. And they remained Jewish for several hundred years. We have a lot of corroborating evidence that this actually happened. For example, there was a huge shortage of matzah balls throughout the rest of Europe, as there were, no, okay, I'm sorry. It was a really long trip. But no, we have lots of corroborating evidence about these Khazars. And then suddenly in the 13th century, they basically disappear. Now, what happened to them? Where did they go? It's a topic of considerable controversy, and I'd like to kind of walk you through the sources and show you what little we know about the Khazars, and then we'll have to leave at the end of the hour with a lot more questions than answers, but nevertheless, it is a fascinating and unusual chapter in our long and storied history. So the story of the Khazars was made most famous some 400 years after their initial conversion. And it was made famous through a literary event, the publication of a book called the Sefer HaKuzari. Kuzari, of course, means the Khazarite, the person of Khazaria. And it was written by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi by means of some kind of complicated discussion with a mysterious Yitzhak Sangari. Basically, what the Sefer HaKuzari purports to be is the extensive dialogue between the king of the Khazars and representatives of all of the world's great monotheistic faiths. After an extensive debate with a Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim, it sounds a little bit like an off-color joke. Ultimately, King Bulan decides that he will in fact convert to Judaism, and he takes his nation with him. Now, the book itself is not a history text. It's not purporting in any modern sense of the term to give an accurate and objective account of what happened in Khazaria in the 8th century. It is not, as the historian von Ranke put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually was. Not actually trying to say that. Really, the author, a famous poet and philosopher, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, was using this as a literary conceit to expound upon a religious triangular dialogue. And he wanted essentially Judaism to have an excuse to compare itself with the other world faiths of Christianity and Islam. It's not coincidental, of course, that he wrote this in Spain, which is the world's great triangular culture for most of European history. Spain has very strong populations of Christians, Muslims, and Jews, and so this three-way debate was very au courant for the time. And he used this story of King Bulan as a device in order to allow the Muslims to have their say, and then the Christians their say, and the Jew, of course, would then do away with their arguments and demonstrate that Christianity or Judaism was clearly superior. To give you one example of a classic argument, one that I find actually rather convincing when I think about these sort of things, one of the arguments that's made in the Kuzari, if I remember correctly, is that all of the other great monotheistic faiths rely on the testimony, ultimately rely on the testimony of a single man. In the case of the Christians, it would be Jesus, and especially Paul, who never actually met Jesus in his lifetime, but had a vision of him, on the road to Damascus, as we discussed a few weeks ago. Or in the case of Islam, it's Muhammad, who has an encounter with the angel Gabriel, same angel as in the Jewish pantheon. And ultimately, the testimony of the veracity of the faith relies on one or a small group of people. The Kuzari argues that this is one of the big differences with Judaism, because you have the account of the Aseret HaDibrot, the Ten Commandments, where you have 6 million adult male Jews, and of course their wives, their families, so on, all there at Mount Sinai receiving the Torah at once, all claiming, according to the Midrashic account, to have heard the first two commandments directly from God, and then afterwards, through some mediation. And so the Kuzari argues, it's one thing to have one person, so to speak, make up a story and have lots of people believe it, but can you imagine 6 million people, 600,000 people, approximately 3 million if you include children and people of all genders, so to speak. If you have 300,000, how many is it? 600,000, 3 million, about 3 million people hearing it and reporting it. And if that isn't enough, they're all Jews. And you can imagine Jews all agreeing on one event like that, recording it for posterity. That's an interesting kind of argument, I think, for Judaism. But that's really what the Kuzari is about. The Kuzari is not about the history of the Khazars. He just uses the story as an excuse to speak about the Khazars. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back in time and try to actually understand what happened in Khazaria. Why did these Jews convert, or why did these people convert to Judaism? What kind of Judaism they practice, and so on. So here's a map that shows you exactly where the Khazarian Empire was at the time of conversion, about 740. Here is Kiev, way up here on the top, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Mediterranean is over here. If we extended this down, Israel you'd have Israel be right about here, I think. So it's a big chunk of territory. It includes what would be called the Caucasus region here, countries like Georgia, maybe a little bit of Azerbaijan, all of the eastern side of the Ukraine, meaning the eastern of the Dnipro River, and well into what would be the Don River region of Russia, the Russian Empire, and out here into Kazakhstan. Very, very large territory in the 8th century. And in fact, there is a very significant historian of the period, the late Omelian Pritzak of Harvard, who argued that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars, which is a great irony if you can imagine that Kiev is really the mother city of the entire Russian civilization. Ukraine, of course, Belarus, and the Russian Empire as well. And I think that it was originally a Jewish trading outpost is quite amazing. But of course, in Kiev, we have a lot of archaeological sites and long-standing traditions that a certain place is called the Khazar Gate, and this is the Jewish quarter, and it goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, long before we have Eastern European settlement moving into the region. A very, very old Jewish community over there. So you can see it's not an insignificant little territory that became Jewish. It was a really large territory at the time. I think that would probably be something like the size of, let's say, France. It's a very large area, maybe France and Germany combined, actually. So, people have been fascinated with lost Jewish tribes as long as there have been lost Jewish tribes. And that is basically from the 8th century before, well, I said 7th, but I meant the 8th century before the Common Era, when the 10 northern tribes were dispersed throughout the ancient Near East. And ever since then, various cultures many cultures have purported to be the inheritors, genetically, culturally, historically, of those 10 lost tribes. But none of them have really been demonstrated as accurate. Although there is some fascinating new material coming out with DNA analysis, looking at various populations to try to determine how likely it is that they are in fact Jewish. And especially in Africa, there have been several populations that have been identified as having a very high statistical relationship to contemporary Jews. The Arab historians, who again, this is not a secret, to historians, everyone's aware that there was this Khazar Empire, it was Jewish. They opine that the Khazars must have been the children of Keturah. In rabbinic teachings, Keturah was the name of Hagar, Abraham's second wife, that after he sent her away with her son Yishmael, and then she came back, and her name was changed to Keturah, which means kind of like pleasant smelling incense. And then she had a whole bunch of children with Abraham. It is mentioned in the Bible that he married Keturah. And then the children went east. So it makes sense they could land in the Khazarian region, but there's no way for us to really determine the truth of that. Other historians argue that it might be the children of Japhet, Greece. Mr. Rodriguez, you have a hard question?
If it comes from Arab historians,
yes.
Keturah is a whole new person, according to the Quran. She's not Hagar.
Oh, really?
Hagar, Sarah, and Keturah.
That's really perceptive. Did you hear that? Yeah, this is a kind of graduate produced at Touro College South. He's now a graduate student at FIU. So I'll just mention this. By the way, I did get a request from a woman who does a really fascinating, I just got it today on the internet. She says, really enjoys the lectures. I wish I could remember her name now that I'm speaking to her. But she says, could I please repeat the questions so that you can hear them when you watch on the web. So it wasn't so much a question as an observation that if these are Arab historians, which they are, the Arabs believe that Keturah is not the same person as Hagar. That is a totally separate person, but still, it makes sense that these people would be the children of Abraham, albeit not through Hagar. Fascinating. And by the way, this woman that wrote to me, again, I'm sorry I forgot her name, she likes these lectures because she makes, she has a dance company, and they do Jewish historical dances based on famous Jewish women. And so my lectures have been like really useful for her, the one on the daughter of Rashi and things like that. So that's kind of cool.
Oh, fuck.
Don't I will now do my. Okay. Okay. So other documents we have about the Khazars besides the Kuzari. We have an interesting piece of correspondence between Chastai ibn Shaprut, who was a very important Spanish Jewish politician, and one King Joseph in Khazaria, who gives another version of the story. In fact, this is probably the Ur text that Yehuda Levi worked with when he wrote the Kuzari. He relied very much on the account that Chastai ibn Shaprut had fulfilled. Chastai ibn Shaprut is an excellent example of the kind of achievements that are associated very closely with the Golden Age of Spain, where Jews were, unlike any other time really in Jewish history, with maybe a possible exception in contemporary America, where you begin to see this bit by bit. You have people who are like of incredible stature as religious Jews, meaning they contributed literature in Hebrew about the religious texts and so on, and at the same time, very powerful, influential politicians in the secular realm. Chastai ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Agrela,
last name Eva, first name Gabriel.
There's a whole list of people who really achieved, greatness in both worlds. Here in America today, we have a little bit of that, let's say, with, Orthodox Jewish politicians reaching great heights, things like that, but it still pales in comparison to Spain. Anyways, Chastai ibn Shaprut was an extremely important diplomat. He had tremendous linguistic skills, and as a Jew, he had international connections with Jewish populations the world around, and he would conduct, on the behalf of the Spanish vizier, or political authorities at the time, because Spain was, well, I'm not going to get into that detail because let's just get off the topic. Chastai ibn Shaprut sent out correspondence to many Jewish communities doing research on what's out there and what kind of possibilities there were for trade and so on. And he got possibly 2 responses from the Jews of Khazaria, and this is already like in the 9th and 10th century, and the response he gets is apparently an internal Khazarian story about how they became Jewish. And the version that's received there is that King Bulan did in fact have this debate with the 3 three representatives of the great monotheistic faiths, and then he decided to become Jewish, and his royal court followed him, and then slowly, bit by bit, the country as a whole became Jewish. Yes, Ms. Abramson. That is a characteristically brilliant question, Ms. Abramson, because the question that I will repeat now for all dancers in New York, the question was, why did he only invite the monotheists to the debate? I mean, the polytheists were around a long time. There's lots of idol worshiping going on. Why are they not called to the party? Why only the monotheists? Let me see if that goes in terms of the lecture I was going to give. No, I'll just tell you. I'll answer the question now. Oh, look at this. Messed up my PowerPoint. I got to go back here to this one. Let's go to this one here, right? The answer is because it was clear that polytheism was rapidly going out of favor. Polytheism was clearly an ideology of the past. The great monotheistic movements, especially Christianity and Islam, were expanding apace very dramatically. I'll show you in a few minutes. Oh, you know what? I have to show you the map now because I can't answer that question without showing you the map. The short answer is that the monotheistic faiths were expanding at such a dramatic rate that the polytheists were afraid that they would be simply swallowed up. Oh, here we go. Okay, why convert? Oh, it won't go backwards. That's the problem. I'm using my iPad instead of my regular computer here. Here we go. So have a look at this map here. We looked at a version of this earlier. If you consider where Khazaria was, right up over here in this region, going up into Ukraine. So Christianity, starting out in Rome, basically, I mean, from Israel over here to Rome, has taken over all of Europe except for Spain, and is pressing with great progress towards northern Baltic states like Lithuania, Latvia, and so on. And pagans are just converting left and right because the Christian faith with life after death and a just God and prayer and things like that was ultimately far more appealing, especially the idea of belonging to a global faith, you know, with a very consistent, coherent ideology. You compare that to polytheism with its multiple gods and multiple narratives and really no real place for human beings in it. It was very weak. Islam at the same time is expanding incredibly dramatically. We're talking about 740, right? So this purple area, it starts in 622, and this purple area really measures what it's like in the year 750. So Islam spreads, you know, like in a viral way, as it were. It becomes so popular as it conquers regions and as people willingly give themselves up to become Muslims. So here's Khazaria sandwiched between Christian Europe and Muslim Europe, and they have to decide, well, are we going to become absorbed in a larger Muslim reality, absorbed within a larger Christian reality, or shall we try to stake out our own kind of independent region by adopting Judaism? That was their strategy. According to most historians, that's probably the most reasonable, motivation for it. And in fact, it seemed to have worked. We should recall that both the Christians and the Muslims had special reserved status for Jews, that the Jews under the Christianity were preserved under the doctrine of witness that was authored by St. Augustine, the idea that the Jews should be allowed to practice their religion until the second coming of the Messiah. And for the Muslims, they had the doctrine of the dhimmi, the protected people, that Jews were allowed to practice their religion because they had once received, an authentic communication from God. And so the Khazars evidently thought that this is probably the best compromise. We won't be absorbed in Christianity. We won't be absorbed in Islam. We'll be able to maintain our independence. And they did maintain it for about 500 years, which is huge. If you think that America is only about 300 years old as a country, and Khazaria is 500 years old, Jewish, that's pretty impressive, I think. Does that answer your question, Ms. Aperson? Excellent. Don't ask for the car. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. Now, another fascinating area where we get sources on the Khazars, this will take just a little bit of background information, is the amazing Cairo Geniza, which is one of the really most traumatic discoveries in modern times, not just for Jewish history, although it's especially good for Jewish history, but also for Mediterranean history as a whole. And just a little bit of a background information. The halacha is, Jewish law requires that anything that is holy may not be discarded. It has to be treated in an appropriate manner when it is no longer usable. Specifically, holy books may not simply be thrown in the trash. They have to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. They have to be treated with respect and given, as it were, a proper burial. That's the only way that you're allowed to get rid of them. You can't simply throw them away. So in most synagogues and observant Jewish homes, there will be a place where you store all of the old books until there is time to bury them, and then they're transferred to the funeral home or things like that, and they're buried. This storage place is called the Geniza, from the word lignos, or lignos. How would you say that, Stephen? Lignos? So, which means to store away, to like keep as a treasure kind of thing. And that's what people do. They have these things called the Geniza, and then from time to time they empty out and bury them. So near Cairo, there was a synagogue that had a custom in this particular region that not only would they treat holy books like that, Torah scrolls or printed books at this time, but they would treat anything written with Hebrew letters. Anything written in Hebrew was considered holy, and therefore they saved it all. And they would put all of these documents, again, they're not producing paper like we do today with printers and so on. A manuscript was still a significant thing that required a lot of energy to produce and to care for and so on. But anything written in Hebrew, including shopping lists, marriage contracts, business arrangements, and of course a whole host of religious documents were simply stored away in the attic of a synagogue near Fostat. And there was some kind of legend that circulated that there was like some kind of serpent up there, that anyone who went up would be bitten and it would be their end. But some English travelers, British English travelers, made their way there and insisted on having a look. And this is actually the opening to the Geniza. It was kind of like an attic. And they went up and they found literally hundreds of thousands of documents covering several centuries of Mediterranean history, all written with Hebrew letters, but of course dealing with things both religious and secular. It was a find that astonished the scholarly world, and within a short order, by the turn of the 20th century, it was all carted away and is stored, and some of it's in, I believe, in New York, in Leningrad, and I believe London has some pieces of the Geniza. But amazing things, they're still going through these documents, trying to figure out what they mean. About 250,000 fragments, and by comparison, there are about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So in this one Geniza, you have more than 2.5 times everything we know about Arabic history. So it gives you a sense of how the historical world relies on the Geniza to understand things. The texts are difficult to use. Oh, here we go. Yes, there's some in Cambridge, in New York, and in St. Petersburg. They're fragmentary. They're often damaged. That's why they were stored away, because they could no longer be used. They're written in several languages, even though all in the Hebrew characters. You have, of course, Hebrew documents, you have Aramaic documents, and you even have Arabic documents. People writing using Hebrew letters to express statements in Arabic, which was not an uncommon thing. Many medieval documents written by Jews use the Hebrew alphabet, even to write in English or in French. They'll just use Hebrew as it were. So, yeah. Oh, that's very funny. So the comment is in Mexico. Well, it wouldn't work in her school, but in Mexico, they'll, if they need to write down the answers for a test, they'll write them in Hebrew, and then you can just look at it afterwards. Very good. Okay, the contents, as I mentioned, you have religious texts, You have manuscript copies of things by the son of the Rambam and the Rambam himself, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez? Not sure. I think they even found some pieces of the Mishnah Torah in there.
Yeah, actual writings from the Rambam.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Handwritten from the Rambam.
Maimonides' own handwritten documents, astounding. Business papers, legal documents, lots of letters that were sent to Egypt because, a letter could come from England, let's say, written in Hebrew, it would arrive at a home in Cairo, and they would send it away, just put it on there. Personal Megillas, personal stories, biographies, autobiographies, things like that, and even some scrap paper with doodles on it, if you can believe it. The scope of the coverage is the entire Mediterranean basin. We're talking about in the neighborhood of 500 years of this entire region recorded in this treasure trove. So what does it have to say about the Chazars? Because it corresponds. So this is one find from Indonesia that's pretty interesting. It's known as the so-called Kievan letter because it seems to have the word Kiev written in it. Unfortunately, the word Kiev is written at a spot where it's smudged and a little bit damaged, so you can't tell for sure if they're really trying to say Kiev. But it is a letter from a Chazar going to the region of Fostat, and it's a letter of introduction. Actually, it is what we would call today a teuda or a petek, and we still use them in Jewish society today. It's essentially a letter attesting to the bona fides of the holder of this letter, saying that he is an upright individual who has fallen on hard times, and he deserves the support of the Jewish communities that he visits. In other words, this was a letter that belonged to a Meshulach, a charity collector, and he was schlepping around different parts of the Mediterranean basin, showing the letter to people, saying, listen, I'm from Khazaria, possibly from Kiev, and could you help out a guy? And they would ask for $1 or so, show up at the shul at 7:30 in the morning, then go to another shul and collect money. So that indicates that it's probably authentic.
I could drop it off.
It's and it shows you how long Jews have been doing this. It's a well-worn Jewish tradition to have one of these documents of introduction and ask people for funding. Now, one of the most fascinating things about the letter, though, which tells us more about Khazaria, is first the idea that it was from Khazaria is fascinating. But look at this fascinating thing at the bottom here. At the very bottom, it says in Turkic runes, not in Hebrew, but in Turkic, this phrase, which I'm not going to try to pronounce because I have no idea, but apparently the translation is, I have read it. So what could that possibly mean? Here's this document written in Hebrew, and at the very bottom, there is a signature that says, I have read it. What do you think, Steven?
What the hell did you do with your...
It's a receipt in Turkic. So who's receiving it? I forgot to mention, by the way, the names of the guys who are writing it. They're like weird Turkic names, like pagan names. And then it says HaKohen, like I don't know, Sviatoslav, HaKohen, things like that. So that combined with this strange phrase, I have read it. When you look at a Tuadot today, what do they say on the Tuadot? Besides, they describe how this person, please. Yeah, Shulachim. Exactly, that's precisely it. It's a little bit of letterheads at the bottom, but it's like the rabbi, so to speak, or the head of the community or someone wrote, yes, I approve this message. My name is Svatoslav and I approve this message. Right? And that's what it is. It's an endorsement by a prominent Khazar Jewish official. And yet, he writes it in Turkic and not in Hebrew. So how did this document get created? What did this document mean? How did it work?
So you can't really judge it by that. Really?
Okay, this is an undergraduate class. Everyone, nobody make eye contact because that's the first thing you can do online. Joseph, who do you think actually wrote this letter? Like, who actually penned it to paper? The guy probably, the holder of the document probably does not know any Hebrew. So who wrote it? A scribe, right, or a rabbi, some professional author who you would go to and you would speak in Turkic and you say, listen, I want to go to Fostat. I hear they have a lot of rich Jews there and I want to collect some money, so I need you to write down my story. So he goes to a scribe and the sofer writes it down in proper literary Hebrew, and then he has this document. Then what does he do with it? Because he wants to authenticate it.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, he goes, he takes it to the head of the Jewish community,
All these,
and he says, would you please, indicate that you approve of this message, and that's what this is. So this little phrase here is from the head of the Jewish community. Well, it has his signature afterwards, has his name afterwards. But it says in his own writing, I have read it in Turkic. What ultimately does that mean? The fact that it's in Turkic.
So what do you have to do?
Well, yeah, but they don't know Hebrew exactly. It says that the head of the community is ignorant of even very basic Hebrew.
That's a big
And so this is something that many historians have concluded about Khazaria, that the conversion was very, very shallow, that they probably did not really engage in a deep, meaningful conversion. It probably was for political purposes only. It may have been just like a quick dunk in the Caspian Sea for a mikveh, and that's it. And there's certainly significant elements of Judaism. You have a scribe there who's writing these letters. They do know how to collect money. That's important. But the actual depth of the conversion is limited.
So there's this move, which I think is really shitty, but I think it's legal. Really? Yeah, I hate this. But like, if you're in a hurry, people use it. Really? Yeah. So what is it? If you're in, have you ever used it?
Good argument. So the argument, Ms. Abramson theorizes that it's catering to the readership, the fact that it's in Turkish. And so it doesn't say, that's like if the rabbi today were to write in English, I approve this message. That would be very true, except that we're talking about Fostat. It showed up in Egypt. And they don't speak Turkic there, they speak Arabic there. So if you read in Arabic, then you have an argument. But this is probably the case. And I have to say, I cheated a little bit because I did some more reading. And there are lots of indications from, for example, the travelers, Patakia, Regensburg, and Benjamin and Tudela, that we spoke about a while ago, that they come to Khazaria and they can't believe, as they put it back then, the Shvach HaMaisos, how difficult the extent of Jewish life is there. That they have very few schools, they have very few mikvahot. It's really hard to find good kosher Chinese food anywhere. And they say, obviously, this is not a very advanced Jewish civilization at all. There's even some question from some of the travelers that did they even practice circumcision? And circumcision is one of the most basic rituals of Judaism. It, in fact, it's usually one of the last rituals to go as Jews become more and more assimilated. They will still practice circumcision till the bitter end, so to speak. It's one of the last things to go.
But actually, it's even bigger than Belgium.
Partial pun there. I didn't mean that. And there's a lot of. So it's quite possible that Khazaria was not really that deeply religious. In fact, most of the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence indicates that that is the case. The Khazars also may have been fairly pluralistic in terms of Judaism, as we shall see later. There have been some confusing finds too, like for example, this find of a coin in the region of Itil, the capital of Khazaria. Wow, isn't that like, that sells it all, right? You see the coin, you see the symbol on it? It's all over, right? They're totally Jewish. Problem is, the Star of David was not a traditional Jewish symbol for about another 800 years. We didn't use the Star of David to represent Judah. You see the menorah, you see like the hands of the coin, but you don't see the Star of David. So this is quite likely simply a pagan symbol of the time, six-pointed star. It happens to look very Jewish. It makes us feel warm and sort of like ethnically connected, but it's probably not historically accurate. Yes.
Like its origins.
Could this be its origins?
Becoming a Jewish symbol.
It's a brilliant theory. You could probably get at least one graduate paper out of it, but I think it would be a stretch to say this is the origins. I mean, a six-pointed star is not that complex an icon. I'm sure many cultures have it. To look at another example, the swastika that has such dire negative connotations to us. In the regions of India, the swastika is considered a symbol of progress, right? Like a walking wheel, and they don't have any of the negative connotations. There are even some synagogues that have been discovered with swastikas in the tile inlay. Obviously built before the 20th century, but it was considered not necessarily a negative thing. Okay, now the one of the big questions is maybe the Khazars were Karaites, because ironically, this all happened at the time when the Talmud was being written, not so far away, right? This is happening in the northern Caucasus region, and the Talmud is being written, I don't know how many miles, but maybe 2,000 miles away in the Mesopotamian region. It's not so far. The Jews are corresponding between Spain and Babylon. Can't they correspond with Khazaria? Why do we not have more Gaonic correspondence with the Khazars? How come nobody seems to be really interested in the fact there's a whole Jewish kingdom in the northern region? Why don't they write about it? So one of the theories is that perhaps they wrote about them, they ignored them because the Khazars were attracted to Karaism rather than to Rabbinic Judaism. Karaism is a movement that garnered strength just about this time under Anan ben David in particular. We spoke about him a long time ago. And this was a movement that sought to delegitimize the oral Torah and to argue that the written Torah was the sole authentic source of Jewish religious information. And the Karaites, we spoke about them also a little bit last week with Sadia Gaon, where there was a lot of polemic between Karaites and so-called rabbinic or rabbinite Jews. So it could be that the Khazars adopted a more sparse form of Judaism known as Karaism. This was especially the argument postulated by Abraham Ferkowitz here, who is somewhat of a controversial historian because although he was a specialist in Khazaria, he also flirted with the Greek Orthodox Church, and so that to a certain degree that kind of delegitimizes him for many historians. But it's a fascinating story about him, but I think we're going to pass on it. So there is a possibility that they may have been originally Karaites and then later became Rabbinites, because there's an ongoing flux between these two movements. The Karaites grow and sometimes shrink and other times, and it could be that they were you had a very thin superficial conversion in the 8th century, and by the time we get to the 9th century, there's more information about what's going on, and some of the Khazars eventually converted to a rabbinic Judaism, as it were. We don't have a lot of details about this. We do have some Christian texts that indicate that when they visited the region, the Jews were practicing a whole host of, or the Khazarian Jews were practicing a whole host of habits that were associated with rabbinite. So that's also part of it as well. This is another archaeological find. It's a belt buckle. It has nothing especially Jewish about it, but I kind of liked it. So I stuck it in the lecture like that.
And you don't
okay. The decline of the Khazarian Empire. I forgot to mention one other kind of interesting things. Maybe I'll mention it right now. Actually, it makes sense here. The whole story of the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism finds itself in a very important document called in Russian the picoftheday, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is the main source for medieval Russian history. It's a 13th century document that describes the history of the world.
Everything
with special emphasis on the conversion of King Volodymyr of Kiev to Christianity in the year 988. And in the picoftheday, there's a discussion of how King Volodymyr was a pagan, and he was wondering about what should he do, and so he invited 4 representatives of world religions to debate with each other in Kiev. The 4 were Khazarian Jews, which is of course oranges, Muslims, and then 2 different kinds of Christians. the Roman Catholics, and the Eastern Orthodox. And they have, this long ongoing. The story is almost identical to what we have.
Dude, ice road truckers.
Joseph,
Oh yeah.
similar to what we see
You got Jews and ice road truckers.
with
Like,
Yehuda Levi's account. However, as you can imagine,
you should be like,
the Eastern Orthodox
ice road
traditions
truckers.
win the debate.
He'd be like, oh, I'd be like, yo, you know, ice road truckers. He'd be like, yeah, you got the truck, the ice, and it's like
Muslims are treated just horribly
underwater.
by
I got
the
a
church
camera,
author
got
of this
ice,
document. And the Khazarian Jews almost
Yo,
make it.
ice road truckers. Like, yo, she got a
After
diamond.
years, what the
They'd be like,
Khazarian
oh,
Jews have
that
to say,
horse.
He basically says, well, that's
It's
it.
cold as
You
fuck
guys
up
are the
there.
best. I think
Yo,
we
should be
become
like,
Jewish.
oh.
And he says, but listen, before I become Jewish, can you tell me a little bit about your homeland? And
Being
the
Jewish is like
Khazarian
ice road
Jews
truckers?
say,
Yo, should be like,
unfortunately,
being Jewish is like
we
ice
have
road
been
truckers?
exiled from our
Like,
homeland for almost 1,000 years now.
no, I'm just
We've been
saying,
punished for
like,
our many sins,
where ice
and
road
that's why we
truckers
don't
was,
have
yo,
the land of Israel.
he'd be like,
And
yeah.
Volodymyr, at that
I'd be like,
point,
it's really hard to
he
be
says,
Jewish.
oh, wait a minute, are you
It's really-
serious?
it's
If you guys
strange.
don't have a kingdom,
I don't want to
I
know.
should
I don't
convert to
think
your
it's
religion. He
it's
says it
that
like
hard.
that too. He says, I should convert
It's just
to your
hard to
religion.
live up there. You know, should be like, oh, it's the ice and
Anyways, I also think it's funny that so that's how. Can you imagine what Russia would be like
ice road
if
truckers.
they had converted to Judaism
Yo.
in 1988?
Yeah, but it'd be
It's a totally
really, it's
different
really
story,
difficult.
But that's how close
Why?
they came.
Well,
He also came
you should be like,
somewhat
'cause you
close
got,
to
you
Islam,
got ice
but
and
you
the
know what?
truck.
Eventually turned him off Islam and came very close.
That's
What was it that made the Russians not choose Islam
Even more,
according to the
even more
Prophet?
so, yo, should be like,
Any famous drinking? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Absolutely, right? He says,
Chuck.
That's it. This is it. Let's make a l'chaim. I think I'm going to become a Muslim." And they say, "Sorry, we don't make l'chaim in Islam because we don't drink alcohol." And he says, "What? That's not for us." He says, "We Russians
to
have
be
to
a
have
Jew
our little cups
on the ice
by
road,
which
you
means
should be
like shot glasses." And so that's how close he
you
comes
know
to
how
Islam
hard it
as
is
well.
to be on ice road, right? He'd be
And
like,
then the church author of the text adds a few other salient details. Again, besides, he says, it's such a scary throwaway phrase. And besides, the Muslims tend to rub their beards with excrement anyways, which he just made that up on the spot, I guess, just to try and add a little color to it. Anyways, you do have Khazars appearing in lots of documents like this one. So there's like no surprise that there are all these Jews living in Kiev. It's just one of those weird things that Jews themselves tend to basically ignore them. Only travelers will report on this exotic Jewish community.
There should be
But
piping away to
otherwise,
the
it
Dalton
doesn't
Highway.
garner much attention. The decline of the Khazar Empire was probably mostly because of their
Don't say
ongoing
30 jobs with
warfare
micro.
with the
Don't say 30 jobs with micro.
people,
Yo, should be
which will be regarded by the Russians as their cultural progenitors, but also by the Ukrainians and by the Belarusians. So they have these ongoing wars, and ultimately, especially when the Tatars come in from the east, the Khazarian Empire is overrun and it disappears about the year 1240, and then it never reappears. Now, what happens to all these Jews? This, by the way, is a picture of Khazar burial mounds. They have these.
It's the
They look kind
northernmost
of like,
part of the
just
Western Hemisphere road
mounds.
network. 666
So what happens to them?
kilometers.
These are now pure suppositions. We don't actually know. But what seems to be reasonable is they probably simply assimilated into the surrounding people.
So
They
I'd be
probably
like, yo, when you get up
you
there,
know, saw the end of their political identity and the coherence of Jewish ideology with the state, and they simply stopped being Jewish and picked up being pagan like they were 500 years earlier.
All the time is off.
If this is true, it's indicative of the relative weakness of the conversion, that they did not really, held on to it very strong and fast, and they simply disappeared as a result. Some theorists opine that they are the progenitors of various groups of Jews, such as, let's say, the mountain Jews that trace their origins to this region. And these things are possible, but in the absence of more verifiable data, it's impossible to say whether or not it is true. There is a theory, Arthur Kessler is associated with it, and some people who have a very, a biased agenda in particular, that in fact the Khazars are the progenitors of Ashkenazi Jewry. Meaning, if you have just a look at Jews today, at least in terms of superficial racial characteristics, you've got a wide range from, dark-skinned Africans, small number of Asian Jews, Oriental Jews, and North Africans with a kind of a Mediterranean complexion. And then you've got all these light-skinned, sometimes blue-eyed, blonde-haired Ashkenazi Jews who clearly trace their origins to the Rhine. Yes.
I lived in Hungary for
But I say that a fucking watch
and the Hungarians claim that the Khazars are the origins of the ancient Jews, the Jews, the original Jews in Hungary are Khazars.
That's interesting. The observation is that in Hungary, the argument was that the ancient Hungarian Jews were the Khazarians to begin with.
Hungarians emigrated, came to the Khazars, stayed there.
Well, that's definitely. I mean, everything about Hungary is exceptional. The language is completely different, and there's a theory actually that supports that because the Khazar or the Jewish community in Hungary was rather unique in that they're the only population of all of the Jewries of Europe who feel it. It's absolutely obligated to cover every piece of furniture with plastic as soon as you get it, and so. That could be they have Khazar origins, but there is this theory that the Khazars are the origins of the Ashkenazi. It doesn't have much weight to it. There's no linguistic evidence of the Khazar penetration in Ashkenazi culture, although there are some words that the great Yiddish scholar Max Weinreich argued were Turkic in origin, like, for example, the word daven. Daven has no Hebrew root and has no Germanic root, so it doesn't come from Yiddish either. He argued it came from a Turkic root. It's not really related to Slavic either, so there may be some little bits of Turkic in there, but there's no evidence otherwise to indicate that the Jews of Eastern Europe, not so much maybe Hungary, but certainly Ukraine, Poland, and so on, are from the Khazars. What is motivating a lot of people who propound this theory is that they hope that by displacing the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry, which were probably the most prominent Jewish population in Europe and in America. About 3/4 of American Jews are of Ashkenazi origin. They could somehow delegitimize the biblical ancestry of the Jews. In other words, by saying, you think you're descended from the forefathers in the Bible, forget about it. You're actually a Khazar. You're actually descended from the conversions of the Khazars to Judaism. And that's, in many cases, that's really what's motivating this particular argument, and not necessarily the scholarly data behind it. If you happen to wander around like some of the white supremacist websites on the web, which I don't recommend you do, or at least you should definitely have a shower afterwards, but the websites will frequently talk about, today's Jews are not the real, don't think they're like the descendants of Moses and all those guys in the Bible. It's a completely different people that has overtaken their name and their heritage. The true Jews today are, of course, the Christians and us guys. And those Jews who claim to be Jews don't come from Jews at all. That's the argument. It's fairly specious, but nevertheless, it exists. So the legacy of the Khazars. As I mentioned, the trilateral debate, it appears in several cultures. Yeah, I put Chinese food up there. But the trilateral debate appears in several cultures, so the story of the conversion of King Bulan may actually have origins in reality, and it clearly had an iconic sort of stickiness that was absorbed by many other cultures, including the Russians. However, their demographic impact on later Jewish civilizations, and certainly their cultural impact, is highly attenuated. We have really no significant evidence of the Khazars ever passing through Jewish history, except through these scattered little bits of data in the Cairo Geniza or travelers' accounts. We have no great Khazar authors, we have no great Khazar traditions that we can identify, and they simply appeared like a bright flash on the horizon, and then they simply disappeared shortly thereafter. Okay, so that's about it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the lecture. Next week is going to be a really big one. We're going to talk about a colossal figure in Jewish history, the great Moses ben Maimonides, the Rambam. It was a fascinating life story and a tremendous contribution to Jewish culture. So I look forward to speaking with you then. Thank you very much.
It's not necessarily. Any different? It's like, how did they get?
Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in
It's like, well, how did they get
Jewish history. Oh my God, we've got so many chashuv
That's
guests.
right.
We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world-class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Hashi Rizel. You should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over this story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, a Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea, and he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming, they rush out to save him. They rush out, they swim out there, and as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. He says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, say, what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, oh, it's very simple. Many years ago when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to the land of Israel and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonomer Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonomer Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonomer Rebbe and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamin ve'eno mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, that's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen. And we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the BGA is going to find it? There we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all. It's a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel of Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Sadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were primus inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Sadia Gaon was actually the Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Sadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, the spread of Islam, it begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on.
No,
and it's more than just a patch on the old systems.
Dick,
that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly by the year 711, it's expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 9th 19th century to explain
How
the
many
rapid
countries were there?
rise of Islam, because they essentially they forced pagan countries to either convert or die, and of course many chose therefore to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world, the medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible
I think she
to
kind of
convert
said,
to
hey, I got
Islam
somebody to
and
help
to
me
reach
out.
literally the heights of their administrative
And she bought
structure.
this thing.
And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful
She brought it
ideas
in,
in the
and I
religion
will
that
help you
appealed
with it, and I
to
can help you.
pagans,
Like,
appealed
it's
to
super
early
random.
Christians
Give
as
me
well,
quick
and possibly even to some Jews. That
Why?
accounts as well for the tremendous
I couldn't
spread
find the start
of
menu.
Islam
There is-
over such a small period of time.
So what did you do?
These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show
We
up so
installed
well,
an add-on that would
show
give it
you,
a start,
Sadia's own,
which became popular.
with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamia region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule.
Literally.
For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks. We'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is
so
somewhat
I remember every she came in and she's like,
divergence
I'm like, okay,
from
where's the
the
mouse? She's
general
like, you
trends
touch
of
it.
Jewish
I'm like,
and Muslim history.
She's like,
Certainly
you
there
touch it.
were
I'm like, no, there's
episodes
some
of violence
She's
directed
like,
against Jews in
well, that's what I
Muslim
thought.
lands, and certainly there are
Forget about
passages
it.
in Muslim holy texts
Okay.
that are
Where's the start button?
not
She's like, I
complimentary
don't
of
know. I'm
Jews,
like,
to say
I've
the
been
least.
working with
But
these
when you
things.
look at the scope
It's
of
Windows
these things,
3.1.
when you
I don't know
compare
what the
them
fuck
between
it is.
Muslim lands and Christian
She's
lands,
like, I know.
it's very clear
There's
that
always-
the,
she's like,
there's a
we're like
distinct
looking
imbalance between them.
at the
And the
computer, like-
Muslims actually come out
So I'm
fairly
like, just leave
good
it
by
with me.
comparison.
I'll
It's not surprising in some
research it.
ways because when you
And,
look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in
Did
fact,
I
it
say leave it?
makes
No, I
sense
said,
that
no,
in
you
many
can
ways
actually-
Jews should get
I'll
along with
research it.
Muslims. For
And I'll
example,
come back. And
Islam
we'll take a look at it.
is
So then
known
what happened?
above all
Well,
else
we
for
worked on
its
it for like
monotheism.
an hour there.
The
And
Muslims
with a lot of
believe
people
there
around
is
it. She brought it
no
in
God
like
but
the middle of
Allah,
the meeting.
and
Okay, well,
Muhammad is his prophet. And
Anyway,
they
so
even view with
we
tremendous
weren't able to.
suspicion the idea of the Trinity.
So I think the
that
next
is a
day,
Catholic
well, I
notion, the
researched
idea
it,
of
and the
God
next
the
day,
Father, the Son,
I was like,
and
bring
the
it in.
Holy Ghost.
We
The
installed,
idea of
maybe
somehow
we installed it
you
that
know,
night. The
breaking God
the
into
thing that gave
parts
you a start
smacks
menu.
of
There's the other way to
polytheism
use
for
it.
them, and so
Really?
they utterly reject
It's like
any
they
kind
never,
of
they,
polytheistic ideology. So in that
everyone's
sense,
used to a certain
Jews and Muslims
standard
have
layout
quite a
of a
bit in
computer.
common.
They
Which
changed
reminds
it.
me of a
They
joke,
didn't tell you they were changing
but
it.
you'll have to let
More
the,
start menu.
the guy
I
who
don't
buys
remember
the
the
car
maintenance
with
like that. It was
no
just all
gas
these
pedal.
tiles. Now, in the future,
Lisa,
tiles
you've
might be
heard it,
really
of course,
fucking
because
cool.
Mr.
If
Rodriguez,
their
you've heard it all the
handship
time.
works.
But
you
twice,
still need a
but,
start Really?
twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to.
Are used to having their
Yeah, okay,
settings
so I'll tell you the joke.
shit
Forgive
in
me.
a certain way. There's a certain standard way to have
A
their
guy wants to
settings.
buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and
This
I
guy
have to
got
give
rid of
you a
that.
little bit of cultural background. I was talking monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse.
Skype had
Shema
90%
Yisrael, Hashem
of
Elokeinu, Hashem
video
Echad.
chat,
Right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one.
I used
Great
to
strength
Skype
of Jewish
girls.
monotheism.
I used to pick up
We
girls
take that
with
to
Skype.
heart. We say it twice a day, and it's even something that on their deathbed Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So, anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. You know, I'm fine. Things can be terrible. You just say Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car. And he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his view. Come on around back. He takes them out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the full wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah. Anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time, and it's kind of ratty, and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in, and he says, "Well, it looks nice. I can fit my family. The price is right, but you know, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it?" So he says, "Listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say Baruch Hashem, and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop." Many of you already figured out the joke, but I'll quickly rush through the end. So he's driving the car, he's buying Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car is going so nicely, he's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids, everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, "I don't know what to do," and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way in a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he is going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, "Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad." Right? Car stops right at the edge. He takes his hand on his eyes, and he says, "Oh, Baruch Hashem." All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have monotheism, a very major point. Another, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Taharat HaMishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is, the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works, and they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion, and although of course it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. Now, they also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Caliph shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week with Shiragona, a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privilege, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public Purim carnivals, or the like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 9th century. I thought that was funny, but nobody got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they were exempt from jizya, they were exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax, so they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status. Ms. Abramson. Well, okay, that's a fascinating question. Well, we probably have to break it up because, the Muslim extremists today, including, 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that all men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that on the way home. I actually have difficulty with my daughters driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But so, thank you, Mr. Lax. You know what I'm talking about. So, the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times. Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. And some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rule because they have a distinctly dualistic system. But and I'll say one last example in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's just way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population, and it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians have dhimmi status. I believe so. Not positive. Okay. I said no hard questions, okay? So, all right, let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll see that playing out in Saadia's life. So let's look at Saadia in particular now. His name was Saadia ben Yosef al-Fayoumi. Fayoumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. This is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds with rabbis as fathers going back far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature. And so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual, and it is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Saadia comes from the Karaites. Saadia was locked in a decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of fulminous invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Saadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite texts to see what Saadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get quite a sense of what it is. So who are the Karaites, very briefly? The Karaites were followers of one Anan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Saadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbal Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do, because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or for example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat shulit. Now, does anyone know why they wouldn't eat shulit? Right, because it says in the pasuk very clearly, Lo savaru eish b'chol moshvosechem. You shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So for the rabbinic Jews, following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering, a black, and things like that. But you may make use of it. And so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy cholent on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not alone, cholesterol intake, but the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there are some poskim who even say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. It's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Genizot findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population. And surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents with Sandhya, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Genizot documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual, social documentation indicates that the Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sandhya, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sandhya, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sandhya was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own, and though he would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, that ended whenever Sandhya would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be kind of a trope in his life, that
there's no one else I can look
recognize no man. You would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influence, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
Holla at your boy. Papa got a new feather. Ho, ho, ho.
It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards the as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really, it's reserved for bachelors, at a certain, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of an economic analysis, but I don't really know. Good question, though. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always, the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, and so therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then we entered a period really around the 1st and 2nd centuries where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is, where the American Indians, of course, got it from us, like everything. But they would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain peak to mountain peak. And then the Samaritans, adopted, just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, it's Rosh Chodesh already, and they would throw things off. So by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously by the 4th century. They're living in Iraq, they're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was seen. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult, because, if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get to Passover? If you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're just going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest, because Babylon had, for several hundred years since the close of the Talmud in the 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against Aaron ben Meir. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Jewish world, they followed Babylon. It's only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars, and as it was really expensive, Hanukkah time, it was ridiculous. All the gifts you had to give for people far away. I'm in that kind of mood, I guess. So what ended up happening is that Sadia Gaon won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922, and he signed his name at the time in some of the documents we have with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura, because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia and his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, is particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis, or the Babylonians, recognized a head of the Jewish community who is called in English the exilarch, arch meaning leader, and exiled, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat and the Yom Purkan and places like that, so it still survives in our liturgy. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee And there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of a community? So in this context, the Reish Galuta named David Ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Surah. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless, his brilliance and in particular his performance during the calendar controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David Ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Sharira Gaon and Natan Abavli, who are chroniclers of Beard, who said that that David Ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I'll quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And it came a time when Sadia and David Ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was specifically over the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David Ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David Ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia. And at this point, Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame. But Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David Ben Zakkai. David Ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me. I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And you had this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia Ben Gaon reciprocated by appointing a rival exilarch, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, "Kanuk shoin, it's enough already," and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away. And so ultimately, Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascendant. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. Should I pause for any questions now? I'm giving you lots of history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Ms. Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. You're still singing about that driving comment, huh? Okay. Now, yes, please.
It seems to be a very sad
pineapple. Between pineapple. That. All the pineapples falling in.
It's
like SpongeBob looks SpongeBob.
Yeah, it's a big machlokes. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And it's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. That David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon was doing his own thing. And the two of them are in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. We got used to it. Yes, Ms. Abramson, I knew you'd come up with something.
Thank you very much.
The sources do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would hazard a guess that people favored Sadia because he's kind of like he's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles, and he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that too. But that's a tangent. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably had the upper hand. It certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except people who come to a class like this, right?
Rabbi,
You don't know Sadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little further. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to experts as kalam, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it
I love this guy. What's some fucking get into this
particular
right
when
now?
it comes to essentially creating numbered lists.
That's
They're
like-
very big on numbering
That's how
the
you pussy.
paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms
Are
to
you done?
purify silver from dross, right? That you have a big hunk of metal and you have to heat it up and you have to slowly take the silver away, separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halakhic topics, and then breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was it then, traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation. And it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. And simply to look up a particular halakha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Sadia Gaon taking his Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very critical level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Sadia on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadia did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Sadia. Sadia was really, Sadia was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist or it's a good word for the undergraduates here, zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. Like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole, that was the zeitgeist. And he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he plopped it right in, and it worked. Rabbi Lynch.
Oh, I'm so careful. I'd be like, I'm fucking so happy. I'm going to
Absolutely. He's completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Sadia's writings to know who he cites from Muslim writers. There's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. The world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. That's true of many of the Jews and Muslim lands.
Just know, once I whoop your ass, you're mine. Like he's not.
Earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews and Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward-looking regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel ibn Abdullah to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic, love poetry, and write Jewish on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Rabbi, the great Moshe Chaim who did write, Hebrew plays, those dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musar at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Okay.
So hard.
Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed a little earlier, the Writing Dictionary of Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day. And it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where Maimonides comes to some odds. And he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the Torah uses a lot of human imagery to describe God. Shied away from that very heavily. Like, for example, even the phrase Vayomar, or Vayomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech, and involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that. And that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as, and he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms.
This is such a, they need to fix something. So you can't do this anymore. Put shit up on the New York subway. Why? It's a major hazard.
No, but will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon.
Millions of dollars.
Phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to like breathe, and you have to like perform things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether.
Why?
Well, God, I think they would fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes, Rabbi.
He can't watch that.
Absolutely, it's Mutazilite. Exactly, that's another good proof for your question earlier. The Mutazilites were very much like this, and he rendered it similar. Good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halakhic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing to Shuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halakhic topics as well. He's saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy, one of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest sigilars that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things, what are our fundamental beliefs. Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories,
But actually,
describes
it like destroyed their whole
rational
calendar.
versus revealed commandments, meaning commandments that
Hey,
we
Tosh.
can derive
Tosh
as
2.0.
being sensible,
Tosh
that
2.0.
you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, Ms. Abramson, or,
They didn't like it.
I'm sorry? Yeah.
That's why she
And,
didn't like it.
but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of
Yeah,
not wearing
you're
wool and
trying
linen in the same garment? So
Yeah,
there
it's
has to be
still in it.
a revealed commandment. And
trying
there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic
Yeah,
as
yeah,
rational.
yeah.
So this is a
See?
huge philosophical
And now
work.
they're just gonna
Translation
rain
I have
down
about 4 inches thick.
Carpet
And
bombing
there's far
on the
more
fucking house.
that we could possibly analyze
Hey,
this
remember that
by
on the box party? It was like,
So,
let's carpet bomb the
in
cul-de-sac.
the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, Government Zakai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time. You can imagine Government Zakai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David Zakai's father-in-law, gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, it's enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete their reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his first world enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, of internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss, so I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it's a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, it was well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about, where did they go, if there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now, what kind of Judaism do they practice. So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
It was like the worst thing. say he did it. It's like Easter Sunday. It wasn't.
It's like open the rain. It's a one. And the topic for tonight is not
He did
necessarily
it so
large
like everyone
draw, Sharia Gaon.
or
So
something.
many people are familiar
But that's
with
not true. But
his
it's
twin
about
brother,
him.
Vilna.
There's something about it's not.
And
there was something else that
right? Okay, the joke is out.
Hey, like somebody
It's not a topic that I know a lot about, but I'm trying to sort of cover a broad swath, chronological periods in this course. So if I was to take a look at it, I will take a little bit more broad approach than I would normally for this. But let's start. First of all, we're very grateful to have an anonymous donor for this sponsorship for this lecture. Your presence here, as I really want to emphasize, is sponsorship in itself, but it's really great to be able to help out the shul
there
for
was so
Eat and Light and to eventually be able to move into our new facility. So every sponsorship helps. The shul likes to get $200 for a full sponsorship, and that just takes care of promoting these things overall. And we're grateful for all of your efforts in this. I have something very special and powerful. I'm not going to take very long to do it today, but this is a really significant thing. Many of you have come to appreciate the fine work of Mr. Rodriguez, who is here filming for us. It's a big hand. Mr. Rodriguez is a graduate school at Florida International University, where he is studying in the Department of Religious Studies, hoping to become a chaplain for the U.S. Armed Forces. He's actually a veteran of the forces, and in fact, he's our first student at Touro College South who attended on the GI Bill. So we're really pleased to have him. He graduated in June, and cap and gown, full convocation, and so on. But it always takes a while to print out your diploma. So I know it's a little unofficial, but Mr. Rodriguez, would you come up here and accept your diploma, please? There it is. Bachelor's diploma. There you go, Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, smile for the internet. Okay, very good. Okay, all right, great. Thank you. Well done. Okay, so that was kind of a fun doing welfare thing. Let's go directly to our material. Okay, so Sharia Gaon, his years are 906 to 1006. He lived a century. Obviously, these are not exactly precise, but it appears he had a very long and productive life. And interestingly enough, the last 3 decades of his life were by far the most productive. I mean, what he did before he was 70 years old was significant, but nothing like what he did after he was 70. I was looking for pictures to stick up here to illustrate things, so I put in this is a shameless self-promotion here. This is a small book I published just before the Siyam Hashas, which will be part of our discussion today, since we're going to be talking about the Talmud. This is actually, I think this day was the second closest I've ever come to divorce in my entire married career. When I came back upstairs after the photo shoot, and my wife said, "You wore the tuxedo into the ocean?" But, it was like the metaphor of the sea of Talmud. This is not Photoshop. This is actual live photography. But I put on the inside of the book, it says, "No Gemara volumes were harmed during this photo shoot." And also, I spent a special thanks to the dry cleaners who not only cleaned the tux perfectly, but what I didn't realize what would happen besides getting wet with salt water is that, my pants are hemmed, and the hems were full of sand by the time I got out of the water. The sand actually got right in there, so they had to unstitch the hems. Right, anyways, I did not shrink. No, at least I didn't notice. So he's at a very crucial period in Jewish history. Sharia Gaon represents one of the last of the Gaonim. The term Gaon means pride. It's honorific. It's a great title. It is used today very, very sparingly to refer to great rabbis. One of the most famous, of course, is the Vilna Gaon, or the Gaon of Vilna, the city Vilnius. His first name was actually Sharira, and Gaon was just the title given to him. It comes from the word ga'ava, which means pride, like the pride of the Jewish people, so to speak. That's the sense of the term. And it's usually used in its traditional context to refer to the heads of the Talmudic academies in Babylon. So where they had, the pride of place in the Jewish intellectual world from, let's say, about the 7th century through the 9th century, went into some decline, and Shira Gaon was able to shore up that decline in a manner that we will discuss shortly, and really cement it as one of the high points, the high watermarks of Jewish intellectual history. We know more about, we know comparatively little about many of these figures, but we know a little more about Shira Gaon because of a famous letter he wrote, the igers to Rav Shira Gaon, the letter of Rav Shira Gaon, that is basically a short, so 20-page history of the transmission of oral Torah from the time of the Mishnah to the time of the Gaonim in the end of the first millennium. It's a crucial historiographic source because it speaks to Jewish self-understanding of the unfolding of the oral Torah. It's obviously a problematic source because he didn't have at his disposal the same kind of historical tools that modern historians would have. But nevertheless, it is sort of a canonical view of exactly how the Talmud was formed. So my goal for today is to say a little bit about the development of the Talmud, and specifically to the period of the Gaonate, speak a little bit more about Shira Gaon and his biography, and then speak a little bit about his legacy as well. Okay, that's the plan for today. Let's see how it goes. Okay.
Yeah. Was it crazy when you were there?
So, since I was doing a shameless self-promotion with one book, I said I gotta do one more. So I'm throwing, this is, I don't know why I do these things, but this is another book I wrote, and I just published it a little while ago before Yom Kippur. I like this cover. This is actually my son Alexander, and he went a year and a half ago. This is wintertime. For those of you who are native to Florida, this is actually what they call snow. It has like white, cold, and so on. And my grandparents, his great-grandparents, are buried in a very, very remote cemetery in northern Canada. And we had to hike in about a mile to get to the actual cemetery, and he broke the snow for me so I could go in and follow it. Anyways, totally irrelevant, but I want you to inform you. So, as I mentioned, he wrote this great letter, the letter of Shira Gaon, which is a really important historical source for our understanding of the Talmud. The letter was in itself a teshuvah. This is a technical term. It means literally answer, but it is an example of a genre of rabbinic literature that is crucially important. And in fact, the Gaonim were the preeminent creators of this genre. Specifically, once more or less the canon of the Talmud was formed, once there was sort of like an agreement among Jews worldwide that, okay, this is the Talmud, this is our greatest authoritative text of Jewish law, and I hope to speak in a few minutes about what's inside the Talmud, how does it get to that place. It was nowhere near finished. The oral Torah, so to speak, is constantly unfolding, and there are all kinds of social and technological innovations that require ongoing rabbinical assistance. And so the way that this was dealt with is communities would typically send questions to the great rabbis. They would send it, let's say, to the local rabbi. If their local rabbi was unable to answer it, they would pass it up to a bigger rabbi, and eventually it would get to the yeshivot in Babylon, where they would provide an answer. The answer was called a teshuvah, response, and altogether this becomes known in Latin as the responsa literature, plural of response in Latin, or the she'elot teshuvot, question and answer literature. So this is a classic example of it. In this case, the question is not halakhic, like it could be something that's very practical. Like, let's say, for example, a woman was married to a man, and then his boat sank, and a little 8-year-old child saw the boat sink, and they assumed her husband was on it, God forbid. So does she have the party now, or does she wait 30 days before she has the party? That was a joke, okay. I'm sorry, Lisa. So, no, I mean, and then she gets remarried, and then all of a sudden the guy swims ashore shore. So what do you do about the whole situation? So he would ask a question. You would send the question to the rabbis. Joseph, I'm glad you're enjoying this. You would send the question to the rabbis. The rabbis would give a response, and that response constitutes a precedent and is used in the development of later law. And so they will be consulting historical teshuvot that can go back literally. And when we write teshuvot today, rabbis are still writing teshuvot in the 21st century. And they will be relying on teshuvot that were written easily 1,200 years ago. So it's a serious genre of literature. The great Rabbi Yosef, who passed away a little while ago, is a brilliant mind who wrote about this much teshuvot in tiny little print, double column, massive volumes. Phenomenal achievement, and that's within the 21st century. Questions could be things like, thinking of Rabbi Yosef, is plastic surgery permitted? And under what circumstances are plastic surgeons allowed to operate? Are men and women allowed to have this kind of consent? Are tattoos permitted? Interestingly enough, permitted, for example, medical tattoos, permitted like cosmetic tattoos, like false eyebrows, tattooed eyebrows, interesting things like that. You have to see what he writes. But those are examples of teshuvot. So in this case, someone from Tehran in the year 987 writes a letter to the head of the academy in the city of Haifa, and he says, I'm not clear, and we've been talking about it here in Tehran, which is in Egypt, and we've been talking about it, no one knows exactly how did we get to this point. We know we have the Torah, the first 5 books of Moshe, and we have a sense of the rest of the Tanakh, who wrote what pieces and what they're about. But how exactly did we get this oral Torah? How does it take its form in the Talmud today? Would you please, Rabbi Gaon, please, or Rabbi Shvira, please explain to us how we got this transmission? So his response of 20-odd pages is a classic in describing not only Jewish history, but Jewish theology, because he provides a model of understanding. We know exactly how we got to these texts as we have today. There are 2 different versions of the text, because obviously it was published and republished, or actually written down and copied and copied and copied. And we have 2 medieval manuscripts that exist today. There's a lot of scholarly debate trying to figure out the discrepancies between the 2 of them. I think it goes into a greater level of detail than I'm competent to discuss, especially today, when I'm preparing so little. But let's go into the basics of what that text was. So no more pictures of book covers. Who was Shvira Gaon? He was one in a long line of Gaonim. His grandfather was one of the Gaonim, one of the heads of the academies, and he traces his own lineage very far back, as according to one of the greatest historians of the time, Abraham Dawood. He goes all the way back, really, to the ancient period in his yichus, so to speak. After Shvira Gaon, in fact, took that position, he would later hand it off to his son, Hai Gaon, and so they would continue this dynasty afterwards, and both of them are really very well known for their roles at the time. What's especially important about his Gaonate as opposed to his predecessors is that around this time, at the turn of the millennium, the Jewish world was beginning to fracture in terms of its intellectual centripetal forces. There were centrifugal forces.
They should do methodology. You can't see on fire.
The Jewish intellectual world was really spreading out.
You can't see on fire.
Increasing activity of Jews in places like North Africa, Morocco, Spain, and even in the Rhineland, where you have a lot of very powerful Jewish minds engaging in Talmudic study and engaging in the codification of Jewish law. And Babylon was sort of in decline.
So it's like everywhere. But they shouldn't do that.
The poor performance of his predecessor, his immediate predecessor, who he felt had kind of let go of the stick.
Like pure everywhere burns like that.
Maintaining the centrality of Babylon, and so feeling the lack of direction from the core of the Jewish population, a lot of the outlying populations were essentially taking matters into their own hands. Spain in particular, if you think about the great distance between Babylon and Spain is
My
huge.
friends and I
So
wrote
Spain was sort
lots
of
of eggs,
setting
lots of
off on its own. Some great scholars like Shmuel Ibn and
The
others who are writing great Talmudic commentaries. And Shmira felt that no, everything has to come back to the
You can
center,
get it
and everything
at
has to
190
recognize the greatness of the city of New
Methanol
York.
is 200 proof.
Pumbedita, right? That's really what he was thinking of. And we'll speak about how he did that shortly. He was also a very prominent student of pre-Zoharic Kabbalah,
Giving
the
95%
esoteric wisdom of Judaism. His writings in this area are cited, but are unfortunately not extant, so we don't know too much about his work in that field, but we know that he had a
See how
huge
the 190
reputation
proof
among the
is
medieval
prohibited
scholars
in
for
some
it.
states.
I'm
189
going to go now a little bit further back in history
Hilarious.
to try to understand what
you ever seen
exactly
this
he's
shit before?
addressing. So do I have any specific, not too hard questions? We're going to start with easy questions. Ms. Abrams said no easy questions. Oh, please, an easy question. Good. Yes, correct.
According to the manufacturer, epicose should be viewed as an unfinished ingredient, not consumed directly and undiluted once when the company acknowledged that the rather notorious reputation is high alcohol cocktail. I think consuming regular directly that should be diluted, mixing it with water or other ingredients such as alcohol drink is no more dangerous than other spirits or
You're
liquids
asking
on
an
the shelf.
excellent question. The answer is basically yes.
Ordinary vodka, gin, rum,
The
tequila,
Babylon did
alcohol.
develop first as the second
This-
center
This
after
is
Jerusalem was
this is
destroyed.
more than twice.
And that was primarily because of latter
Right.
migration.
All
There
those
were already
fuckers were
Jews
like,
there
oh,
after the first exile, so it was kind of a natural destination for Jews.
This
And
is
you have a
like
buildup of the population during the 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries to make that really the great center. The centers of North Africa and Spain and of, let's say, with the exception perhaps of
used for
Italy,
cleaning.
the growth of the Rhineland is really much later.
So I was
So you're absolutely right. And I actually have that in this lecture, but it's a few slides down the way, and I'm not sure, I don't want to go past all this stuff. So we'll come back to your question. Excellent question. Thank you. It's not too hard. Okay, so here we go. Let's just do a little basic stuff. I apologize if it's too simple, but we're talking now about the oral Torah. So let's understand what is the oral Torah in brief. It is essentially a companion text, and I put it in quotation marks because obviously as an oral document it would not be written down for some centuries after it was originally revealed in traditional Jewish theology. But it's a companion text to the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses. This is where I'd like to turn the lights out so you can see. This is Charlton Heston as Moshe Rabbeinu. You want to do it once quickly, Ms. Abrams? Thank you. I love the assistant, Ms. Abramson. So I'm going to turn off lights for a second. I have a great deal of fondness for this particular lecture. That's excellent. Well done. No, not quite. There you go. Excellent. Look at that. Yeah, oh, brilliant. Doesn't chase it. Right. I feel okay. That's great. We can turn on lights now. But I will tell you that I grew up just because I feel like it's very therapeutic for me to share these things with you. I grew up as the only Jewish child in this very small remote town in northern Canada.
I thought it was green out.
I knew there were Jews in the world. I saw them on Pesach. We went down to Toronto and I saw my cousins. I knew there were a lot of Jews in the world. But in this little town, there's only like the Anglophones and the Quebecois, and that was I felt lonely, like there was the Chinese kid who was my best friend's rival, and that was it. But then they had a theater back then, the Cinequa, and they brought in Cecil B. DeMille's The 10 Commandments. I was 8 years old when I showed that, and I was like, this movie's about me. This movie's about my people. I just could not believe it. It's like a 3-hour movie, and I just sat there and completely overwhelmed with it. And even to this day, that one scene where it's completely made up, but it's a cool scene, where the old man who's like preparing the mortar for the bricks, and he gets whipped and he's going to die, and Charlton Heston bends down and says to him, how do you feel about the NRA? He says, how do you feel? He says to him, what's the matter, old man? And the old man started crying and said, I believe that I just prayed that one day before I died, my eyes would behold the Redeemer. And of course, he's looking at Charlton Heston right there. Oh my gosh, I'm getting teared up reading that. It was such a powerful idea. It changed my life. Anyways, there is the oral Torah, is the companion text to the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, and it can be understood as 3 distinct slightly interrelated bodies of information. The first is midrash. Appropriately into the Greek term exegesis, which look at I'm tearing up thinking about that scene. Exegesis, which means basically deriving meaning from the biblical text. Looking at the written Torah, you'll find, hundreds of grammatical infelicities, even spelling mistakes, weird conventions like letters printed upside down, letters broken in half, all verb, subject, discontinuities, all kinds of strange things if you just read the text. Now, if you're a copy editor, you'd be tempted to fix things, virtually every third or fourth paragraph. So Midrash, among other things, analyzes all of those slight inconsistencies in the text and derives profound and very beautiful meaning from them. It's almost in a very poetic fashion. Midrash takes the text and develops a much larger depth of functionality to what the text is really saying. And it has become so well ingrained in the Jewish tradition that they're not really paying attention in school. They grow up, and when they finally come to read the Torah properly, and they say, hey, where's all this other stuff that I learned in school? It's just ingrained right into our understanding of the text. It's impossible for Jews to really understand Torah without Midrash. Even though they are really totally separate documents. One of the reasons why Rashi is such a classic commentator is because he is a genius at bringing in selected midrashim to his commentary on the text. And with Rashi, you get a good anthology of the oral Torah, the midrash, on the text itself. Midrash comes in two distinct flavors, so-called halakhic midrash, which essentially derives laws of behavior, of function from the text, or agadic midrash, which is much better known, which derives, extra stories, extra plot line, extra dialogue that may not be entirely present in the text. To a certain degree, it is open-ended because, as the Talmud says, the Torah has 70 faces. But there are limits to it. There is a canonical body of texts called Midrash today. They were not published until well into the Middle Ages, really. But you can't just in traditional theology, you can't create a midrash. That's very popular among non-Orthodox congregations to write midrash. But that's not at all considered an appropriate way to handle a text from traditional background. Like, for example, here, also from the Ten Commandments, right? That's Ann Baxter and Yul Brynner in the performance of his life as Pharaoh, right? And the whole bit about Ann Baxter actually attracted to Charlton Heston. That was to use a Latin term, bolovisis, right? We don't have anything like that in the Midrash, but that's kind of the direction that Midrash can be taken to its absurdity. The Midrash that we have today is absolutely brilliant, fascinating, puzzling, and really adds tremendous depth to the text. So that's part of oral Torah, handed down from Moshe to his students to the present day.
Do you know how many times we saw Rabbi before?
The second element of oral Torah is the esoteric or mystical wisdom that is known as Kabbalah. And this is a much more controversial body of information, largely because it's the central text of the Kabbalah. One of the most important texts, there are several, is the Zohar, which doesn't appear on the Jewish scene publicly until the 13th century. And traditionalists argue that, in fact, it was authored by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai already in the ancient period and kept hidden until the 13th century. Many modern critics already in the ancient Enlightenment were saying, no, it was actually written in the 13th century. Not our place here to engage in that debate. But there's no question that there are lots of other texts which are much early that follow in this vein. The magical aspects of Torah, what's the word? Mystical, no, it's a word when you try, it's a really fancy word, when you try to do things with Kabbalah. Oh, it's practical Kabbalah, but there's a really good fancy word for it. Yeah, there's a really good word that's I don't have to be in the shower later on. But there's a really good word that would impress you when you say, wow, we're learning at a really high level. Did you hear the word that they say? No, it's great. I just make one up. But anyways, theurgic. That's a theurgic Kabbalah. Is that a great word? Can I have a hand for that word? Theurgic. Theurgic Kabbalah is just a fancy way of saying practical Kabbalah, meaning if we want to create a golem, for example, an artificial anthropoid, we want to make like a robot out of clay, or if we wanted to demand Mashiach, we want to make it rain, make it stop raining, things like that. So there's that practical Kabbalah side. There's also a theoretical Kabbalah, but it doesn't speak about actually forcing changes onto the universe, but it speaks about what is the nature of the soul, what is the nature of God, how does God interact with the world, things like that. It's also very, very deep, profound wisdom. That's also in the oral Torah, not it's only hinted at in places in the written Torah. And then you have the third part, which is going to occupy our attention for the rest of the day. Law. How should Jews behave? Midrash speaks to how Jews should think. The Kabbalah thinks about how Jews should dream or imagine. And law talks about how Jews should behave. The Mishnah. Mishnah is a very important ancient document that records the oral teachings on exactly how to interpret the Torah. And they're absolutely essential. They perform several distinct functions. For example, the Mishnah clarifies ambiguities in the text. On the holiday of Sukkot, I hope I'm not repeating myself from an earlier lecture, I probably am. But on the holiday of Sukkot, for example, it says that you're supposed to go to shul and you're supposed to bring with you 4 plant species: a lulav, a myrtle, a willow, and a pre-Eitz Hadar, which means basically the fruit of a nice tree.
It's not Asian.
So if you bring, on Sukkot, you come to shul, you bring your lulav and a grapefruit, you could say the grapefruit is a fruit of a nice tree. Taka, it's very nice smell, it is nice color and so on, but you will be laughed out of the shul because there is a tradition that says the pre-Eitz Hadar, the fruit of a nice tree, refers specifically and only to the $95 lemon that you can buy only this one time a year, the esrog, and nothing else counts. So the Mishnah will clarify those kinds of ambiguities. The Mishnah will also fulfill omissions in the text. For example, we have absolutely nothing written in the Torah about what tefillin should look like. What do you do with tefillin? It's actually the Mishnah further development or about, but it says only there should be a sign upon your arms and it's frontless between your eyes. So who would say that automatically turns into a black box made of leather with parchment inside it and straps coming down? That's like all oral Torah. It's not written Torah. And finally, on occasion, the Mishnah and later Talmud it contradicts the written Torah. On a very small number of occasions, the oral Torah will actually say, we don't do it like it says there. Like, for example, it says you will give him 40 lashes for his crime, and the oral Torah says it really means 39. Or the Torah says, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And the Mishnah says, no, it means the monetary value of an eye, in payment for an eye, that kind of thing. So that's a very important function that the Mishnah has. These 3 things together form, I wanted to go really back, but here to show the overall slide. Can we do that? Nice, sure we can. These 3 things together form the oral Torah as we have it today. Any arguments or discussions, challenges, objections? Clear as the sun at noonday. I wish my children were like so attentive and compliant. Right, Elisa? Okay. Now, the reason why we have a transition from the oral to the written Torah is really due to the massive crisis of the 2nd century. Just a very quick history recap. This is an artistic rendition of the destruction of the temple. The Jews, we talked about this in previous lectures, the Jews had a failed rebellion in the year 66, went on for 6 years, and ultimately was completely unsuccessful, ended in the last stand of Masada. The Jews suffered under tremendous persecution for the next few decades, and in the year 135, there's another attempt to throw the Romans out of Israel under Bar Kokhba, also unsuccessful, followed by horrific persecutions under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Jewish world is really suffering. There's a complete lack of centralist leadership.
Well, I got
There
half the
is
name.
a huge demographic impact when a generation and then their grandchildren are completely devastated in futile rebellions against Rome, especially the male population. There's been a large-scale exile from Israel, primarily to Babylon at this point. And
Is there like a John? I'm John. Is there any like random
central locus of its worship? Everything was centered on the top temple. Everything was centered on the idea of bringing your sacrifices there. I mean, how many generations can you go using that central unifying factor and still continue as a people? So a rabbi named Yehuda Hanassi, and this is now going to the text of Rabbi Gaon's famous letter, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi realized the difficulty of the situation, and he resolved to write down the oral Torah and to create essentially a portable Judaism that would allow Judaism to actually be taken on the road and it could survive and amazingly even flourish without the temple. And this magnificent work of literature was the Mishnah, as we shall see. Yes, Ms. Abrams.
Is it, or is it the other way around? It might be. To heal. So they took the name.
It's a brilliant question. I'm so glad you asked that. The rabbis of the Talmud, they argued back and forth. How could you do this?
They were.
If God gave it to us in an oral format, how dare you? What audacity to transform it to a written format? And if you look at it beyond like the technicalities of okay, what's the big deal? Really deep spoken, what's the difference? It's a huge difference. The very quality of orality is huge because there's a level of information that is conveyed through oral teaching that is completely flattened by textual presentation. That's one of the reasons, by the way, that I like taking these and delivering them on the internet because you can read everything I'm saying in a book. You can read it even better and more accurately, maybe without the jokes and stuff like that. But all the information is there. The learning is not necessarily there. The features of an oral presentation, even one that's fairly where I do most of the talking and you do most of the listening, unlike a partnership of Chevrusas, is that, you see my tonality, you see my facial expressions, my body language, you see where I emphasize, what I don't emphasize. There's a whole message that is delivered here that cannot be retained on the written page. So the rabbis were saying, there is no way that we can do this. It will completely destroy it. It's like making everything, into black and white. Only how much more so? Nevertheless, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi justified it, as the Talmud would later say, through the verse in Tehillim that says, it is time to act for God, and they have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, we're at a place where we must, take a bold step. And we must act for God because they, in this sense, the Romans, have destroyed your Torah. They've destroyed the temple. They've destroyed our national integrity. What are we going to do? Others, by the way, criticize him with the same verse, saying, you say it's a time to act for God? You've destroyed the Torah. You think you're going to do this? That in itself destroys the Torah. But part of his genius was that, and I don't want to go into this in great detail here, but the Mishnah itself has a tremendous degree of ambiguity built right into it. Like, for example, a typical Mishnah will take an issue, let's say whether or not a particular kind of chicken with a particular kind of defect is kosher or not, and the Mishnah will say, Rabbi X says this chicken is kosher, and then Rabbi Y says this chicken is not kosher. And then you go on to the next Mishnah. And if you're reading this like a law code, you want to say, well, what am I having for dinner tonight? Can I eat this chicken or not? The Mishnah does not say. The Mishnah leaves it open-ended, so you must perforce have a teacher who preserves the Masorah. You must have someone who will explain the Mishnah to you, say that even though we quote Rabbi X, because Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi constantly quoted minority opinions, we nevertheless follow the opinion of Rabbi Y, and these are the reasons, and that's essentially what keeps the oral nature of the Mishnah intact, even though it is actually based in a written text. Otherwise, it would be like reading a newspaper. It in itself has those ambiguities that begs debate and demands attention. Okay, so he he says, let's write down the Mishnah, and then the Mishnah ends up looking like this. There are 6 orders, just to run through them to give you a sense of what they're talking about. The first is called seeds, or ziroim, and it deals almost exclusively with agricultural law. A lot of laws in the Torah that deal with the sabbatical year, mixing species, all kinds of things like that. It also deals with laws of blessings because, after all, we're sustained by the natural world around us, and blessings therefore fit in that section. Then the next section are times, moed, that deals with Shabbat, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on, all various holidays. The third section and largest section is called women. It's also the most mysterious and difficult to understand. I'm just making that up. But the reason why, I'll ask you, so why is there a section on women and there's not a section on men? How come there's a whole section, one of the 6 sections on women, no section on men? I'm sorry? You're very complicated. Okay, we have a little section maybe. So the answer is because the Mishnah is basically a very androcentric document. It's something that is written by men, for men to consume, and even the concept of women studying the Mishnah, the way men study the Mishnah, was pretty foreign to most of the ancient world. There were always exceptional women who did master the Mishnah throughout history, but it was a very, very unusual circumstance. We happen to live, ironically, in a time of, it's like Charles Dickens, right? We live in the best of times and the worst of times. On the one hand, we have the most atrocious level of Jewish ignorance ever in our history, especially in this country. But at the same time, we have some of the highest levels of education available for women in our times. After the Yaakov movement and so on, and studying Talmud for women. So we live in a weird time. But your grandparents, your great-grandparents, for sure, wouldn't know how to list either of these 6 sections. But Nashim, women, is the largest section of the, well, it's not the largest, I'm sorry, it's the largest section of the Talmud, not the largest of the Mishnah, but it's basically men trying to understand their relationship with women. So a lot of discussion of marriage, of divorce, of levirate marriage, like when someone, God forbid, dies childless and his wife then marries his brother, that kind of thing. Right after women, as the yeshiva joke goes, then you study damages. Okay, thank you for chuckling. It was a joke, right? Damages is perhaps the most classically studied part of the Talmud, and that deals with, the Reuven's goat ate the prized tomatoes of Shimon, but then tripped on his porch and broke his leg. So how much does Reuven have to pay Shimon for the tomatoes, and Shimon has to pay for the broken leg, and was the fence allowed the goat in? All these kinds of basically tort law, criminal law, that's dealt with in damages. The last 2 sections are dealt with, deal primarily with the Talmudic, with the temple period, holy things, which deal with sacrificial law, and purities that deal with ritual purity for the purposes largely of temple worship. Those 2 sections are studied less than the others. What's interesting about the Mishnah, among many things, is that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, he didn't write it, he compiled it. He collected sayings from teachings from all the rabbis of his generation, writing them all down, and then he sifted through them, and he tried to determine, okay, which teachings are the best, which teachings are the most accurate, the most comprehensive, the most concise, and so on, and those he boiled down into the Mishnah. However, all those other teachings that either were inaccurate or were fragmentary or were misleading, he did not throw them away, because Judaism is inherently conservative. We don't like to throw too many things away. That's what my wife says about my desk drawer, that I hang on to things too long. So those extra bits of text were preserved in 2 distinct documents. The so-called Baraita, which is an Aramaic phrase meaning outside.
How
These
old
are
is
bits
this
of
cup?
Mishnah
15 years
teachings
old.
that didn't make the cut for the Mishnah itself, and also the Tosefta, or the additional text. These are also teachings floating around in the time of the Mishnah. Did not quite make it to the Mishnah, but we didn't throw them away. If you get a volume of the Talmud today, you see that the Tosefta is actually printed at the back of the Talmud in its entirety, the early tractate, but they're mixed into the Talmud itself. You look at this diagram here. So the Talmud is made up of the following. It's made up of the Mishnah. It's a discussion of the Mishnah, and the use of Tosefta and Baratot to clarify the meaning of the Mishnah. When all these things are mixed together with a whole bunch of miscellaneous texts dealing with biographical stories, legends, recipes, folk stories, cures for diarrhea, and all kinds of amazing things all buried into this document as a kind of a glue, then you have the Talmud. Ta-da! I actually like that. Can I show you that again? Let's do it again because the graphics are really fun. So you start out with the Mishnah, and then the rabbis, the Mishnah, by the way, is set to writing sometime around the year 200. So it's set to writing sometime around the year 200, and a lot of discussion is going on about it. And so those discussions are then recorded, and they are made up primarily of passages from the Tosefta and the Baraitot, challenging understandings of the Mishnah, debates around the Mishnah, and a lot of other miscellaneous stuff that takes up, I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe 25% of the Talmud is in the miscellaneous category. That altogether is what we know as the Talmud today. And this is basically Rabbi Shvira Gaon's description of how we got to where we are today, intellectually, through the passage of the writing of the Mishnah, the additions of the Braitot, the Tosefta, miscellany, and then we get to the central document, which was basically set to the writing we have today sometime around the end of the 5th century. There's a certain amount of debate. It could go even a century either way. There were two versions of it. One that was brought together in northern Israel. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's like a misnomer because it wasn't in Jerusalem, but nevertheless, they're also called the Palestinian Talmud. And the more authoritative later recension of the Babylonians, that is the one more widely studied and is pictured here today. Okay. So this why Babylon? This is getting to your question now. Here's a quick look at what happened to the Jews and why Babylon became the main center of the Jewish people during the centuries after the destruction of the Second Temple. Israel, of course, located here, and there was an exile in the 6th century BCE. So we're talking now about 600 years earlier. It was not a very deep exile. It didn't reach deep into the demographic pool of the Jewish people. To the exile primarily the leadership, but they were sent all the way out here to the
That's how people
Mesopotamian region. So-called Mesopotamia because it's from between the rivers. Potamos is rivers in Greek. The two very important rivers of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers that here take a lot of the silt from the mountainous regions here, and the rivers flow downward into the Persian Gulf, bringing regular flows of nitrogen-rich soil that once the Babylonians already in the Assyrian period learned how to create, the Sumerian period learned how to create dams to control the flooding, this became like Silicon Valley of the ancient world because they had all of this new soil coming down every year. It was amazing for agriculture, and it created a replenishable, renewable resource that was a tremendous economic engine. So this is really a very, very wealthy area historically. This is where Abraham came from originally, and he wandered all the way over here to the only country in the Middle East without any natural reserves of oil. And then eventually the Jews went, that was a joke, no one caught it, right? Thank you, Esther. Appreciate it. So the Jews during the first expulsion made their way over here, and there was not a long expulsion. It was less than a century that the Jews were forced to live there. And again, most Jews didn't even leave. Most Jews were still in Israel at that time. The leadership was over there. And then under Cyrus, they were allowed to return. Only a small minority returned to Israel. Most of them were very comfortable, thank you very much, in Babylon and decided to stay. So that means you have a strong diaspora community that had been in existence for 600 years by the time you get to the destruction of the Second Temple. Again, if we think of our historical scope, right here, Jews have been in America for a little more than 300 years. And, the idea of how cemented Jews are to this country, you can imagine that our exile was twice that, like 600 years in Babylon. It's a very, very ancient community. So it stands to reason that when the Jews were exiled the second time, in the 1st century, it was a natural destination. They knew that here in the lower Tigris-Euphrates River Valley, there are going to be Jewish establishments, Jewish settlements, and so gradually
That's how they did it
Jews
then.
made their way over there. There was also a movement along the coast of North Africa, across the Mediterranean to Italy itself, and eventually up to Spain. You already have Jewish populations in Spain by the 5th and 6th century, but the largest center was certainly in the well-established region of Babylon.
This
Throughout
maybe
the
not.
Talmudic period,
This one-
by that I mean the period between the
India
Mishnah and let's
crazy
say the
in the
closing of the
future.
Talmud, let's say at
Watch
the
out
outside
for
about the
India.
year 600, there's a lot of description of Jews moving back and forth between these regions and a certain amount of friendly rivalry between them, but there's no question that the Mesopotamian River Valley was like the New York of those days. It was the major center of the Jewish people, demographically, intellectually, economically, if not necessarily spiritually. Okay, let's go on a little further. What can we say about these Jews in Babylon? As I mentioned, there's kind of like an ongoing rivalry between them. When you read the Talmud, they speak about when he came over here, meaning like when there was a rabbi from Israel who came to Babylon, or vice versa. The Jerusalem Talmud talk about when they came by us, and they always have like slight disdain for each other depending on the context. But at the same time, a huge symbiosis. The fact that there is a traffic of scholars moving back and forth indicates that there's sufficient communities in both places. And I mentioned how they both wrote Talmuds, but the Jerusalem Talmud ultimately was eclipsed by the later Babylonian Talmud for many reasons. One of the most important is that the Babylonian Talmud was written later, so it was able to consult the opinions of the Jerusalem Talmud. Another is because the Jews of Israel found themselves under very different kind of leadership from the outside world, the Roman Empire that they had in Babylon, and in some degree the Babylonians had it much easier. They did not have, for example, a Christian interference with Jewish rituals and activities. The Jews in Babylon lived in various periods under the Sasanians, for example, and the influence of the Zoroastrian faith, which is seen in the Talmud occasionally, how Jews have to deal with it, but it was minor compared to what the Jews had to deal with in Israel. They also had a much stronger political system. They had an institution called the Exilarch, or the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, which was occupied by someone who was descended from the line of David, the Davidic dynasty. And so they had a significant amount of self-rule, self-government in Babylon that they did not enjoy in Israel. Up until the 5th century, that's when they really established their primacy with the creation of the Talmud, one of the greatest literary achievements of the Jews ever. And they maintained that for another 500 years, but it was going to a steep decline by the time we get to Sharira Gaon, which takes us back to our main topic. Yes? No, please, go ahead.
And they were the top right center. Then sort of what happens that
That's an excellent question. I'm glad you asked, because I could feel myself as I was saying it. I was kind of rushing through it. Basically, it's like this. The Mishnah itself is hard to understand, right? It doesn't have clear direction in a lot of ways. So rabbis would get together and they would argue about the Mishnah and argue and argue and argue. And these arguments, when they were really geschmack arguments, really good arguments, they would kind of remember the key points of the arguments. And somehow, over the course of centuries, these arguments were boiled down to the code words, or just little codified phrases. And then he said this, and you have to remember really what that all meant. And that was eventually all these like memorized debates were then set to writing. And that set to writing debates is the Talmud. So good question. Well, it involves hundreds of rabbis, right? They're like, over the period of several centuries, there are lots of voices in the Talmud, hundreds of voices. And there's some debate as to exactly which rabbis were the people who closed the Talmud. The traditional view is Rabbi and Ravashi, but there's a lot of debate over were they given that credit, and it really happened later, or it really happened earlier. But basically, the story, as given by Rosh Hashanah Gaon, is they would memorize these debates, and then they finally said, let's set them down to writing, and that's the canonical text we have known as the Talmud. It's a long, extended debate on the meaning of the Mishnah, with lots of citations from the outside sources to try to bolster a point of view. But most importantly, it reminds me of a joke. So I'll tell you this joke very quickly. So I mentioned how the arguments were codified, right? People are like rolling their eyes, but it's almost over. I have to say these jokes. Otherwise, I just go home and I feel very frustrated. So the joke goes like this. There are people in a prison who are living together for a long time, right? A person incarcerated. And they don't see other people until one day a new prisoner is put into the jail. And he sits down in the mess hall with them, and they're sitting and eating. And then one of the prisoners says, 52. The other prisoners all break out laughing. And then another prisoner says, 37. And then they all fall on the floor laughing. And this goes on for a while. So the new prisoner says, what's going on? And they say, well, the thing is, we've been in prison together for so many years. We all know each other's jokes so well that we just gave each joke numbers. And whenever we want to tell a joke, we just say the number and we remember the joke and we laugh, right? That's what we do. So he says, wow, that's great. Can I try it? Sure, go ahead. So he's looking around at all the other prisoners at the table and he says to them, 16. Stone-faced. He says, 22. No reaction. Finally, the guy leans over to us. He says, you're telling them all wrong. Okay, so that's essentially like the Talmud is all these really tightly coded phrases where if you just read it without the oral tradition, without a Masorah, without a rabbi, you would say, what could this possibly mean? Compounding this fact is the truism that the Talmud has no punctuation. So you don't even know with reliability when one phrase ends and the next one begins. It really takes a tremendous amount of highly specialized study, years of practice to be able to decode even a single page of the Talmud. Once you get it, once you can really do, let's say, I don't know off the top of my head, if you can learn 50 pages on your own, then you're pretty much well set to do the entire Talmud. But just learn those 50 pages, it may take you 5-6 years to learn how to do it. It's a very difficult process. Anyway, Shiragan. So he was a Gaon in one of the prime cities of Babylon, the city of Pumbedita. There were about half a dozen cities that were especially important. Pumbedita was one of the two most important. The other was Sura, a certain amount of rivalry between those two cities. He got into a certain amount of trouble because he was the chief judge of the rabbinical court, and he did not agree that they should appoint Nehemiah to be the Gaon before him, and he refused to consent to the appointment of one Nehemiah. We don't know too much about the reasons for it, but based on his later activity, it appears that Nehemiah was perhaps responsible for not taking control of the situation and centralizing rule in Babylon in respect for Babylonian scholarship. So that got into quite a bit of hot water in the year 960. Years later, when Shira was already a man of 70, Nehemiah passed away, and so the mantle of leadership fell onto Shiragan at this time. And then he devoted the next 3 decades of his life, he lived an entire century, devoted the next 2 decades of his life to specifically shoring up the reputation of Babylon, reaching out to far-flung communities throughout the Mediterranean basin, and making sure that they directed their questions to the yeshiva, the academy in Pumbedita. And it appears that many of the communities throughout the world felt that they were really lacking this leadership. They needed someone to stand up and say, yes, we have the answers. You can just send them to us and we will respond. And we will respond with sensitivity and understanding for your local conditions. And so there was a huge surge of response and popularity. He also took the distant leaders to task, saying that, why are you disturbing this place where we built up so many hundreds of years of education? Why are you simply ignoring us? You should definitely show your allegiance intellectually to Babylon. And it made a tremendous difference for at least another century. His literary achievements are similarly long-lasting. We've spent the better part of the hour talking about the so-called igers, or letter, which is just one of his teshuvot. And in fact, together with his son Hagon, who also was an extremely powerful leader, He authored about half of all of the Chubot that exist in the Galilean period, which means for about 400 years, half of all of these responses come from either Shmira or his son Hagon. A tremendous number of responses. If you can imagine, he's sitting at his desk getting these letters every day, writing out by hand his detailed analytical comments based on his knowledge of the Talmud, sending them out. It was incredibly important. It was like, we'll give a trite answer. We know that he wrote a biblical commentary. It is no longer extant, but it is referred to by other writers from the period. And we know we have some pieces of a massive Talmudic commentary that unfortunately has not survived as well. And finally, he wrote a book called Megillat Sitarim, which appears to be a commentary on the non-legal aspects of the Talmud. Unfortunately, that text is lost. The most famous of his texts is this Igeret, where we learn almost everything we know about Shmira Gaon and some of his contemporaries. In his life, however, despite the tremendous burdens he took upon himself, he would not be trained. In the year 998, some of his rivals, perhaps, we don't know the nature of the controversy. It's not recorded in the historical accounts at the time, but apparently some of his rivals denounced him to the Khabib in the sense of the tenuous situation of the Jewish leadership. Ultimately, they were a minority within the country, and even though they had significant self-rule and self-government, still they had an answer to the civil authorities. And so the company from the time arrested Shmira and his son, who was then the head of the court, and imprisoned him for almost a full year. He was eventually released, apparently acquitted of all charges, but by that point, again, he was a very elderly man at this point. His health was ruined, and he appointed his new son, Hagon, who was also an elderly man at this point as well. He's already in his 70s, if I'm not mistaken. So he took a step down from his position in favor of his son at that time. So to speak to his legacy, evaluated many different ways. One way to be sure is that he really consolidated for a millennium the centrality of the Talmud, explaining directly how it flowed from the Mishnah. He upheld the value of the Mishnah as a central text in the Mosaic tradition, we have the rabbinic tradition. And the study of the Talmud was enshrined as the central activity introduced intellectually for the next 1,000 years. As you can see in this picture here, which is from the Siyam HaShach, which was in August, if I'm not mistaken, where they had 70,000 Jews in a MetLife auditorium of home celebrating the completion of the Talmud, which is something that our president says about a million times, before God a million times, and they were his rights are secondly, his activity in the composition of Teshuvah literature was extremely important in creating a body of legal documentation that became a corpus for neutral law, and his general adherence to the notion of the Torah and the finding nature and wonders was something that reverberated throughout the centuries following his demise. So as always, I thank you for your patience and your indulgence and for your attention. Next week, we're going to see in the Galilean, we're looking at Sa'ad, also an extremely important leader of one of the academies, an extremely important philosophical leader as well. So we'll look at some of the specific ideas, but the big difference will be under Sa'ad, we'll talk a lot more about the influence of Islam on Judaism and vice versa. Thank you very much for your attention. Welcome everyone. We have a controversial and difficult lecture tonight, so hopefully no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give. I'm really pleased. I was surprised at how well received the final lecture was. I thought it was pitched very high and it was a complicated topic and not necessarily a tasteful topic, but everyone seemed to enjoy it. So I decided to go a little deeper today. We're also going to talk about a difficult and controversial topic, one that I don't think is typically discussed in young Israels around this country. But I think you might find it interesting nonetheless. I want to give a shout out to the West Coast to Dr. David Lemberg and Laura, who contacted me this week over the internet because they enjoyed some of the lectures, and they're watching it not live, but in spirit. And I decided I can't hold back. I will start with a joke. Because I heard a great joke on Shabbos from Rabbi Smith. The only problem is I've told this joke over now. Rabbi Smith told it amazingly well. And I've told it over 4 times, and I have just stumbled over the punchline every time. So I still have not gotten the punchline exactly right. I'm sure that after the stream will be out. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Hell, which is a small village in Israel, in Polish Lithuania that is in Jewish parlance. It's kind of like the place where all Jews of less than average intelligence dwell. And there's so many jokes about Israel. Just like in Canada, people would say these jokes about the people from Newfoundland. We call them Newfies and so on. So anyways, the joke goes like this. There's a horse thief in town, and he goes into a barn late one night. A couple of beautiful horses there, so he steals one of them, takes it out of the barn, and goes out into the forest, ties it up to a tree, goes back into the barn to steal the second horse. While he's in there, however, he trips over a barrel and makes a bit of a commotion. This wakes up the farmer, and the farmer comes out into the barn to see what's going on. The thief doesn't have anywhere to run. He can't get away, so he goes into the empty stall, and he gets down on his hands and knees. The farmer goes into the barn. He's looking around. He looks in the stall, and he sees the thief there. And he says, "Who are you?" And the thief, thinking fast, says, "I'm your horse. I'm your horse, yes. Many, many years ago, I was a human being, and I did a terrible, terrible avera. I did a horrible sin, and I was transformed into a horse. And to pay off my debt, I had to go through this kind of gilgul as a horse for many years, and I guess I paid off my debt, and I'm human again. And my name is Yanko, and I can't wait to start my life again." So the farmer is really impressed. He thinks that's amazing. He invites him to his house, and he gives him something to eat, and he realizes he has some money, so he gives him a few rubles, and he says, "Whoops, what happened here? We lost the screen. Mr. Rodriguez, that's your fault, right? Okay, let's see if we can get this back on. Thank you, Eliza, for noting that. Oops. Okay, we got it back. So back to the joke. Gives him a few rubles, sends him on his way. The next day, the farmer realizes he has to go replace his horse, so he goes into the horse market. And he's walking around looking at the various horses, and he sees one that looks suspiciously familiar. And he walks up to it, and he looks at its eyes, and he looks at its teeth, and he looks under the left ear where there was a little scratch, and in fact, there it is. And he looks at the horse, and he says, "Yanko, it was only a few hours. Did you do it again?" Oh, all right. So it's only been a few days since our last class, and I hope that we'll be able to get back to where we are. Tonight's lecture is on Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul, certainly the most important of the apostles, and of course Jewish by origin and Jewish by complexity and by complexion during his lifetime. He dealt with all things Jewish, but he was, I should say, probably one of the 10 most influential Jews in world history. Clearly, highly responsible for the spread of Christianity. One might argue even more than Jesus himself. Paul was responsible for Christianity becoming as popular as it was. So it's a little bit of a controversial topic to discuss in a history class like this in young Israel, but I think that we're all very broad-minded people, and I think it's an important thing for us to understand this strange, if aberrant part of the Jewish history that we all celebrate. Let me mention, first of all, thanks to Aaron and Susan Weinberg, who are sponsoring tonight's lecture, and our sponsors. just having your presence here is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful to have all of you here. But it is really nice to acknowledge the young Israel that does so much for this class, pays a small stipend to our wonderful reader and for our technical help, and makes it possible to put these things on the web, like, eat, and so on, and the cookies, of course. So we invite some sponsorships, $200 for a lecture, and it goes directly to the synagogue, particularly towards the we're hoping to build a new facility just across the street, so that involves a lot of costs. And hopefully we'll have a wonderful lecture hall with great lighting and stuff like that in the future. So please contact the Young Israel of Bell Harbor if you want to give online. And let's go straight to the lecture then. Okay. So speaking about Paul, as I mentioned, he is a hugely influential Jewish apostle, meaning he was one of the principal followers of Jesus in his lifetime and shortly thereafter. Arguably the most important of all the apostles, certainly within the arguments that were held between the various apostles, Paul's position on the future of Christianity was regnant. And it was ultimately his decision on how to portray Christianity that made it so popular with the non-Jewish world and took it from being a small sect involving an obscure group of Jews in Jerusalem, a very provincial place, and made it part of the world stage. When we look at the sheer volume of work that he's responsible for, about 14 of 27 books of the Christian New Testament are attributed to Paul. Likely 7 of them are authentic, and others may have been attributed to the other side. Still a very significant proportion of them. And during his entire life, I won't go into that joke now. During his life, although he was obsessed and completely occupied with the spread of Christianity, he was also engaged in a very difficult internal dialogue that he was quite open about in the text of his various writings with the Torah, trying to understand what is the role of the Torah in this movement following Jesus. And we're going to spend a lot of time in the next 45 odd minutes exploring various aspects of this, but I'm maybe I'll just say in one sentence now before we return to it. Basically, there was a huge debate among the apostles as to whether Jesus wanted his thought to be interpreted as a variety of Judaism, meaning that all Christians should be following the Torah just as regular Jews were, that the Torah retains its validity, and that all of the commandments are completely binding on every follower of Jesus, or, as Paul argued, that there was a new covenant that somehow replaced the old covenant, at least for non-Jews. If your typical Roman wanted to come within the realm of Christian teaching, did they have to also adopt all kinds of Jewish behaviors, such as circumcision and measuring, or were they free to ignore those commandments and somehow create a different kind of faith, to articulate some different sort of religion? And so he was occupied all the time with this question of what is the meaning of the Torah for the Christian world. It's also important to know that the term used for Torah itself says something about his relationship with it, and also has a huge impact on the whole meaning of Torah, and somewhat word used in our writings we simply have today is repost, which means basically law, standard rule, decree, these kinds of things. It means like these are the rules of behavior. The Torah, of course, is much larger than that. It comes from the word which means instruction, teaching, direction, guidance, which is far more wide and broad than the idea of a narrow law. It's like a moral world, a moral kind of scope to things which cannot be down to a single, specific tools like that. But nevertheless, the use of the word logos, translated as law, says something about how people view the Torah through the lens of language. And of course, flowing from that is the fact that if Paul had a difficult time with the Torah, he certainly had a difficult time dealing with his Jewish origins. What was he himself supposed to be? What kind of identity as a Christian was he supposed to adopt? How was he supposed to portray that? How was he especially supposed to portray it to non-Jews? He is known as the apostle to the Gentiles because unlike the other apostles who basically wanted to keep it in the family, that Christianity was a Jewish affair, only for Israel, only for us, Paul argued that in fact Jesus' message was much larger and should be taken outside of the family to the larger world. Okay, so that's the quick introduction of Paul. Let's go on to the next slide here. He was born in Tarsus. We can see over here is roughly in modern day Turkey in Asia Minor. Fairly wealthy family. He received a very strong classical Hellenistic education, fluent in Greek and most likely in Koine, the vernacular, as well as in Hebrew. He went by his Hebrew name Shaul or Saul, and in fact, it appears that he did not change his name from Shaul to Paul. He used these simultaneously. There are several references in the Christian Bible, things like Paul, the one who is called Saul, or the terms seem to be fairly interchangeable, although on the whole, the name Paul is prominent. So I think it's a lot like what it is today. For example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, and what I like to call my slave name is Henry, and I use both of those interchangeably depending on the context who I'm talking to and things like that. And it appears that Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saul or Shaul of Tarsus, used these identities simultaneously and could flip between the two of them. His family, as I mentioned, was wealthy, and he held Roman citizenship by birth, but he never disavowed his Jewish origins. He never, for example, Jewish socialists of the early 20th century, some of whom would say things like, I am not a Jew, I am a communist, right? Or I am not a Jew, I am a Soviet citizen. That's not the kind of approach that Paul took. He definitely acknowledged his Jewish roots, and he refers to himself throughout the Bible in places like a Pharisee, son of a Pharisee. You recall the Pharisees, the Prushim. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in terms of Jewish sectarianism, basically the rabbis. He refers to them as of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin. Shaul was a common name among Benjaminites because of King Shaul, a Hebrew of the Hebrews. So he clearly places the locus of his identity within the sphere of Judaism. His family made their living through tent making, which sounds kind of obscure to us today, I guess. I don't know anyone who is a tent maker today, even though it is in the needle trade, or like my father would say, the schmata business. But back then, I guess tent making was probably something like being a contractor or being a developer, right? And saying, we can put 20 tents out here. We have a lot of people coming, but we live in town. Or, not very funny. Okay. In terms of his relationship with the rest of his family, we only know scattered bits about his family, and many of those bits come from later unreliable sources, so it's not clear. However, he, in his own writings, refers to some of his cousins who apparently were also in the family business and also became Christian before him. So there's kind of like an extended phenomenon going on with this family. Now we should understand early Christianity in its Jewish context, just by way of kind of diversion. The top here is one of Rembrandt's paintings of Jesus, and the bottom picture here is one of his paintings of Jesus, and the top is his model for Jesus. One of the interesting things about Rembrandt is that he felt that, rather than looking at classical Greek and Roman art for the models for biblical figures, he looked to contemporary Jews living in Amsterdam in the 17th century. So he went out and he found a young Sephardic Jew. This is called by Rembrandt, Portrait of a Young Sephardic Jew. And it's clear that he took his face and put that guy looked just like Jesus. And then he made model Jesus right on him. So the reason why I put these two pictures here is to show that we have to understand Christianity is really deeply a Jewish phenomenon in the first century. Really bleeding into the second century, it's an overwhelmingly Jewish phenomenon. Everybody's Jewish. Jesus is Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. People who argue with them are Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. one sense, the earliest and wildly successful breakaway minion of all time. Right? You're probably familiar with that term, breakaway minion. It's when you have a very successful shul, and it's so successful that someone has to complain about something, and so they get together, 10 guys, and they start another shul down the road. It's kind of like amoebas, replicating and things like that. So early Christianity is, in its origins though, it's just a breakaway minion. It's like a group of Jews who have a slightly different shita, a slightly different opinion about what the figure of Jesus means, and they decided to branch off on their own. But as we shall see, that branch grew dramatically wider over time. It did not heal as many of these breakaway minions will, as the shuls will coalesce and come back together based on social and economic reasons. This breakaway minion really took off and went in a different direction. And I hope to explore some of the reasons for that over the course of the next half hour or so. We should, however, place Jesus within his context, and this is a little bit more difficult. But if you recall, there are 4 basic socio-political religious orientations of Jews in the first century. You had the Sadducees, who were essentially capitulating to Rome. They tended to be the establishment, the man, right? Caiaphas, the high priest in the Christian Testament. You had the Pharisees, who were the rabbis, who were largely dispossessed of formal power structures, but had a great deal of popularity on the ground. Charismatic local leaders and so on. Then you had the zealots, who were kind of, angry and just looking for an opportunity to try and fight against Rome and against other Jews who disagree with their position. And you had the Essenes and various groups like them who sought radical departure from society, living in the caves and things like that. So placing Jesus within that kind of 4 quadrants, it appears very clear that he is a rebellious Pharisee. His whole worldview is very Pharisaic in nature. His teachings are heavily dependent on rabbinic teachings, in particular that of Hillel. There's no question that he has a particular bent when he looks at Pharisaic teachings. It tends to be very pacifistic. It tends to be very, turn the other cheek. All of the most famous of Jesus' sayings are really taken from earlier Jewish sayings, either in the written Torah or in the oral Torah. Yet he was rebellious, meaning he was not a Pharisee who kind of duly noted the teachings of his rabbis and went along with them and things like that. He fought against many of the teachings of the rabbis, and he felt that more should be done to change the status quo. Things like his tendency to be a great populist, like he used to hang out with the less desirable members of society, prostitutes, criminals, thieves, and so on. That was something that the Pharisees were not doing quite as much, and he occupied that kind of margin of acceptability in the Pharisaic community. We don't know really very much about what Jesus would have thought of his unless we want to take the Gospels at face value, which would not be appropriate in history lecture nor in any history lecture. But it's very difficult for us to know what Jesus would have made of all this. He may have wanted to be entirely forever. And the most significant thing in this intersection of the Jews that is very important for the history of Jewish Christians is, of course, the passion. That is the trial and crucifixion of Jesus, which, if you only take the gospel accounts, take the biblical accounts themselves, basically, he was betrayed by one of his own followers to the Romans. The Sadducees were very happy to see this happen and may have played a role colluding with them to make this happen. The Romans felt that he was disrupting the social order, but as it were, on the holiday of Passover, as I think I mentioned in the lecture, so I'm not going to go into detail, Pontius Pilate, the governor, offered to allow one prisoner to go free, either Jesus or Barabbas, a thief, and the Jews gathered there. I don't know what the source for this, but the Jews gathered there, said they wanted Barabbas to be released and that Jesus could be crucified. And when Pontius Pilate asked for a confirmation, they said, a very important passage in the Gospel according to Matthew, his blood be on us and upon our children, which for centuries has been interpreted by no friends of the Jews to mean that all Jews for all time accepted responsibility for the death of Jesus. His blood be on us and on our children. Most scholars believe that this phrase was actually written shortly after the destruction of the temple, and it was written in the sense that it was proving the reason for the destruction of the temple was the rejection of Jesus, and that the author did not mean all Jews, like meaning us, included in that statement. But nevertheless, it's an open-ended statement that has been so interpreted. The kind of Mel Gibson take on the Passion, with Jews very much involved in the torturing and in the whipping and things like that. None of that is present in the Gospels whatsoever. Most of that comes from much later mystical meditations of nuns and monks who have recorded their kind of like thought experiments, sort of imagine what it must have been like for Jesus. And unfortunately, the Jews have not come out very well in these accounts. And the Passion plays that have been enacted for centuries in many European cities always tend to portray Jews in a distinctly negative light. But at any rate, Stephen, it was treated as gospel, right? So we keep that. Now, what's happening though is after the Passion, what happens is, okay, so Jesus is gone now. What's to happen with the Jew? We have to explore basically two ideas. One is, what is the church supposed to do? It's not a church yet, it's still a shul, it's still a group of Jews. What are they supposed to do with the growing number of non-Jews who are attracted to this movement? What role do they have? Isn't this a Jewish thing? Are we supposed to keep them in the shul? What do we do with them? And secondly, what should the Jewish synagogue, the traditionalists, how should they deal with this movement that does not show any signs of slowing down? So, one thing in particular, before we move on away from this slide, ultimately, from the rabbinical perspective, the rabbi said, probably around the year 100, they said, and you should which didn't speak to this back then, but they said, enough already. And they instituted a ban on Christians in the synagogue. Meaning, if you were a Jew and you believed that Jesus was Messiah, and I should mention, by the way, there were at least half a dozen people who were competing for that title in the first century. Reasonable competitors that had lots of followers. Only Jesus' movement really took off. But if you were a Jew who believed that Jesus was Mashiach, and you kept coming to shul, at one point the rabbi said, that's it. We do not regard this as acceptable, ideology in the synagogue, and you're no longer welcome here. How did they enforce this? He instituted a blessing in the Shemona Esrei, in the central prayer, the Amidah. The Shemona Esrei, of course, the word means 18, and there are 18 blessings in the Shemona Esrei, but if you count them today, you'll see there are, in fact, 19. And what is the 19th blessing? It is the blessing that is for the Malshanim and for the informers. In some very early textual variants, it even says for the Christians. It is quite explicit. And it says anyone who does these things, that there be no hope for them, that they will be nullified, and so on and so forth. We can read the actual text if we want. And the way that it would be implemented is, it's because I was talking about so we'll come back in a second. The way it would be implemented is, if they suspected someone of harboring Christian beliefs, they would say to him, Shlomi, why don't you daven from the altar? Why don't you lead the prayers today? And he would have to go up there, and he would have to publicly repeat the Amidah. And when he got to that particular blessing, he had a choice. Either he could pronounce it, and this blessing was really a curse upon himself. So if he were to say that blessing, that meant, okay, I'm in my friends with the Jews and reject my Christian leanings. If he refused to say it, then he would be forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Many scholars believe that the Apostle John, St. John, was one of these Jews, and in fact his treatment of the Jews in the Gospels is perhaps the nastiest of them all. There is, even within the Talmud, a line of criticism thinking that maybe we were too harsh about this, arguing that perhaps we pushed away the early Christians with two hands. Please tell me, did I tell you the story about Jesus in the hotel? It's not a joke, it's obvious. I'll tell you the story here that describes this from the Talmudic perspective, and then we really got to move on. The Talmud describes a fascinating interchange between Jesus, who appears, maybe 20 times in the Torah, and his Rabbi Yeshua ben Rabbi. There's some questions about whether it's the right Rabbi, and so on. The story goes like this. The Talmud precedes this description with a little bit of warning. It says a teacher should always draw the road close with the right hand and push away with the left hand. Meaning, the role of the teacher is psychologically and logically, so you have to make your students feel welcome, draw them close, right? Like the right hand is just a little bit stronger. But at the same time, you have to maintain your distance. If you start drawing your students close with both hands, you can be up for a lawsuit. That's not okay. You don't draw them close with both hands. And at the same time, you should not push them away with both hands. That's also wrong. You have to have this kind of dual relationship. And the Talmud says, not like Yeshua ben Rabbi, who was the rabbi of Jesus. The story goes like this. They're coming back from Egypt to Jerusalem. They stopped at a hotel. While they were in this hotel, there was a very nice innkeeper who treated them very, very nicely. A female innkeeper who gave her nice room to sleep in and beautiful food and so on. And so Rabbi Yeshua ben Rabbi said to his student, he said, Kama na'a isha zo, which the word na'a can be translated a little bit differently. It can be translated as how beautiful is this woman, or how pleasant is this woman. Like na'im na'od, we say in modern Hebrew, very pleasant to meet you. So Jesus, as the story goes in the Talmud, thought that his rabbi was saying, how beautiful is this woman? And so he offers his opinion. He says, her eyes are a little too round, right? Like, she could lose a few pounds. Like, say something like physical about her. And the rabbi is so upset. He says, is that what you're thinking about? And he pulls out 400 shofars. Rashi says this is clearly a hyperbolic statement of Guzma. But he pulls out 400 shofars and he puts Jesus into Cheret. He excommunicates him. So Jesus comes back several times, asks him to be forgiven. Please take me back. And every time the rabbi sends him away. Until one day, Jesus comes back and the Rebbe is in the middle of the Shema prayer, which is forbidden to interrupt. And so the Rebbe thinks to himself, you know what, all right, the kid's had enough. I'm going to bring him back. But since he's in the middle of the Shema, he can't interrupt. So he holds up one of his hands like this, as if to say, wait a minute, and I'll be with you. But once again, they have a terrible misinterpretation of communication, and Jesus thought he meant get away. And so Jesus says, that's it, okay, fine, I'm serving my own religion. And away it went. Now, when you go back to the beginning of that Talmudic passage, it's very clear that the Talmudic text, which is not necessarily trying to teach us a historical fact, it's saying something about the relationship between the early church and Judaism that, it's a little bit of self-critical. Maybe if we pushed with both hands, and if we were a little bit less, severe, perhaps things would have turned out differently. But let's go weiter, because we have to talk about Paul's more. So his great conversionary experience has become proverbial in English culture, English literature. While traveling on the road to Damascus, he receives a vision of Jesus. By the way, up until this point, he was a fanatical, self-described fanatical persecutor of Christians, and at every turn he was, enforcing bans and trying very hard to get them to change their ways. It is quite ironic to note that of all the apostles, Paul was clearly the most influential, and he was the only one never to meet Jesus alive. So the only encounter he had with Jesus was here on the road to Damascus. Jesus appears to him in a vision. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know my New Testament that well. I think it was after Jesus was already crucified. I guess it was. So he's not only not there, or he's not alive either, but he has this amazing encounter with Jesus. He is blinded for 3 days. He can't see. He gropes his way into Damascus, and there he is healed. and his life is like completely dramatically changed on that road to Damascus. And he begins proselytizing for the church, for Christianity. He goes into synagogues where look at his most receptive audience. He thinks this is a Jewish thing. We'll go to Jews, we'll tell them, and Jews are not buying it, and Jews are rejecting him and giving him really a lot of grief over his message, kicking him out of the synagogue, something that would happen to him over and over and over again during his career. Nevertheless, he is not perturbed by that initial repudiation by the Jewish community, and he goes on a massive campaign to spread Christianity. It looks like this. You can see that from his origins here, here's his first ministry out here in Damascus. He's traveling all over the western half of the Roman Empire, so the eastern half of the Roman Empire. He's going all through his home region there in modern Turkey. He's going up to Greece. He's going throughout Israel, and makes it down into Egypt, but he also goes all the way up to Rome. So, and you think about it in the context of the ancient world, these are massive, ventures to travel such distances, and he's going everywhere spreading the gospel. And clearly, he is going from Jewish community to Jewish community, but his audience is increasingly Gentile, that is non-Jewish, and that's changing a lot of the message that he has to deliver. So we're at the halfway point. I've been talking pretty much a blue stream, so maybe I should pause and take some questions. Yes. Yeah, but that something that happened that he can explain to change his mind so dramatically. It does seem strange. Was he sincere in his persecution of him? I think so. I think absolutely he was sincere. He was sincere before and sincere after. There is this concept of the zeal of a convert. Like all that spiritual energy is all, all jammed up, and if it's not going in one direction very well, and it gets turned into another direction, it becomes tremendous over there as well. I mean, Judaism is replete with examples of phenomenal individuals who changed the course of Jewish history when they converted in. Like, for example, Shemai and Avtalia, just off the top of my head. And unfortunately, it's replete with individuals who have been tremendous villains when they converted out, like Nicholas Donin, who we'll speak about later this year. It's funny, I remember when I was living in Binghamton, New York, where we often had difficulty getting a minion. It was touch and go, especially Friday night. We could have a minion. So it was one Friday night, and I looked around the room, and I said, Rabbi, look at this, we have a minion, let's start, right? But as we're about to start, a man walks up to the bima, and he says, Rabbi, you can't start, I'm a convert. And the rabbi looks to him and says, in or out? Because he was converting in, we don't have a minion. Converting out, no problem. Okay, sorry, did I see another question? Yeah. Well, it's most likely that Jesus existed. Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. So it's quite likely, I think, the historical evidence, although we don't have any direct, documents from the period, that Jesus did exist. There's simply too much evidence to suggest he did. Did he say exactly those things that are in the Christian Testament? That's difficult. And was he the same Jesus that's mentioned in the Talmud? That's a huge question. And actually, we'll talk about that later this year when we look at Nachmanides, because one of Nachmanides' most brilliant defenses when he was charged in a disputation that the Talmud defames Jesus, he said, what, that Jesus? That's a different Jesus altogether. And it's true because Yoshua ben Prakia lived too early to have been in teaching in the first century. So that's more of a problem of what does the Talmud mean when it says Jesus, or the various euphemisms, oso aish, that man, for example. But the historical Jesus most likely did live, and it's a very astute observation, yes. So they sometimes call Jesus, and we have to realize that the Talmud was very heavily edited by the church from the 13th century on, and even more importantly, self-edited, self-censored by Jewish printers who wanted to kind of slip it past the church censor so it get published. So the texts that we have today are very corrupted. We often have to look at Yemenite texts to try and reconstruct, because the Yemenites didn't have the same church censorship. They were under the Arabs, and the Muslim faith did not perceive the Talmud the same way. So sometimes he's referred to as Yesho, I believe Yehoshua in one place or another, and sometimes by euphemism like Oso Ha'ish or Oso HaTalmid, if I remember correctly, that man or that student. And you have to know what it's talking about. I don't know what to make of that. There are lots of interesting Talmudic legends about Jesus, but I don't know how to evaluate those. So I'm going to skip over them. Also, we got to talk about Paul. Anyways, talking about Jesus is a little too controversial, I think. Paul is controversial enough. So what about this issue of Paul and the Torah? So I mentioned already that he has this, it's always translated as nomos, as the law. So when he's talking Torah, he's talking the law. And it sounds like the rules. I really got to figure out what the rules are. The rules important to me. And it's not clear exactly what Paul's position is on it. There's no Torah or law in the Christian scripture are from Paul, and that's over 200 references. He's really talking about it a lot. But he seems to be of two minds as to what exactly to do with it. He never says, throw it out the window. He never says observe it completely. And he seems to have, a conflicted attitude about not only what should Gentiles do, but what should Jews do, Jewish Christians. So, for example, there was the so-called incident at Antioch, where he had a really knockdown, drag-out fight with one other apostle, Peter, over kashrut, because Peter was, and we only have Paul's account, we only have his side of the story. We don't know what Peter would have to say about the argument, but Peter was apparently, according to Paul's account, he was not happy about sharing a meal with Gentile Christians because they didn't keep kosher. So, what does that mean? It appears that Paul was saying to Peter, hey, if you're in the whole hog, so to speak, I guess you say, if you're going to go with this new teaching of Jesus, in which the commandments are not binding, at least on Gentiles, then certainly you should go have chicken parmesan at your Christian predicated on. Is Christianity an ethnic faith, kind of like Judaism has a biological component to it, or is Christianity a creed-based faith that is regardless of ethnicity? And they were still working this out for about 200 years. They're still struggling with who is a Christian. You can't be Christian if you're not Jewish, according to some thinking. So we criticized Peter for wanting to keep kosher. But at the other time, he's also spending a lot of his writing emphasizing that the only way to get to heaven and other fancy stuff. Jesus' teaching, salvation through Jesus, and not through the observance of the mitzvot, which is a very Jewish approach. The Jewish approach is you have these tasks before you, and you do your best to follow these tasks, and that's how you'll be evaluated. The criteria is in the Torah, these are the mitzvot, and he seems to indicate that that's not at all what is relevant. So he seems to be, as a whole, rather conflicted about what to do with the law. Perhaps more significantly than this, or what this leads to, is a question of what do we do with all of those passages in the Jewish Bible which refer to the so-called election of Israel. The term election is a technical term meaning that the Jews somehow get most favored nation status. Right? That's the useful word. Most favored nation status. They're called the chosen people, things like this. These are like positive terms. And what does that mean if now this Judaic idea through Jesus is somehow spread to the larger world as a whole? What happens to that election of Israel? And it's a question that not only bothered Paul, it bothered his would be followers who would say, well, what role do we have to play in this eschatological vision that you're playing out here? What are we supposed to do? Ready for a brilliant question.
And of the mighty dragon,
excellent question. It is in fact brilliant. What are his issues with the law? And I'll paraphrase. Tell me if I get it right. Is it only for Gentiles or is it also for Jews? And what did he himself do? Did he observe the law or not? So the first two questions are exactly the question that we don't have an answer for it. I mean, we don't know. He doesn't give us, any indication about whether he holds the sheets of Hasidic Shechita or not. We don't know what his opinion is about, does he hold with the Arab? Which reminds me of a joke. It's actually a very funny joke. It may be a little bit technical, but it's kind of funny. So, let's see if I can remember exactly how it goes. There are two says we're sitting and learning Talmud, and one of them says to the other, I gotta make sure I get the punchline right in my head. Oh yeah. I have to back this up. Everyone in this room is aware of these things, but there are people on the internet, so I have to give a little bit of background information. So, one of the 39 categories of forbidden labor on Shabbat is carrying in a public domain, right? So, if you're not allowed, for example, to carry your keys in your pocket in the street, talking to the internet now, you're not allowed to carry your keys in the pocket when you're walking in the street because you're not allowed to carry things over a distance of 6 from the street into the house. It's called hotzah or carry. However, there is a way to construct a kind of environment, or there's a way to construct a device called an eruv, which surrounds a community and declares it essentially one big courtyard, as it were. And with this device called an eruv, then people do carry, and it's very useful. If you're a young woman with a baby stroller, for example, it's the only way you can do it. You can come to shul, you can carry commercial. They're not easy to make, and there's a lot of discussions about it and a lot of dispute about it. So the joke goes like this. Now I can in the background. Two Chavrusas are studying Talmud, and one of them says, "Listen, Shlomi, I have to tell you, I'm not Jewish." And Shlomi says, "What are you talking about, Reuven? How can you say you're not Jewish? You're sitting here, you're wearing a kippah, you're learning Gemara with me. I've known you for years. How can you say you're not Jewish?" He says, "Well, the truth is, I just kind of picked it up and sort of enjoyed it, and I learned Hebrew and I learned Aramaic, and no one really asked me, so I just kept going on." And he says, "That's ridiculous. I can't believe you're not Jewish. You've been studying Talmud for years. You could go for smicha. You could become a rabbi. What is the story?" He says, "Listen, I have to tell you, Shlomi, the truth is, I transgress the Torah every Shabbos, just to remember who I am." And he says to me, "Well, what are you talking to us?" "Well, I carry on Shabbos." So Shlomi says, "You can carry hold by the Eruv." All right. It's kind of a long, strange joke, right? Anyways, okay. So, but getting back to the whole question of the election of Israel, what does it mean? Who's in charge? What does it mean if the Jews are? So one of the things that's been come to known as the Pauline doctrine, and now I'm going to show you a couple of images here, which are much later in origin, but they kind of express a way to explain this. That the way Paul has been interpreted through later centuries is that the Jews were the most favored nation, but they somehow lost that status because they betrayed God. So this is often expressed in the form of two female figures, one representing church and the other representing synagogue. This here is actually not the original, it's a reproduction of a massive monumental architecture outside the Cathedral of Strasbourg. They're sometimes called the Strasbourg Sisters. They stand about 12 feet high, above eye level, really quite magnificent. This is a symbolic elements that are repeated over and over again. She's got the chalice here. Her clothes are all properly arranged and so on. She's wearing a crown, indicating that she's royalty and in charge. She's got an upright staff and so on. And next to her is this woman who represents the synagogue, who is in an attitude of decline. She's actually falling away from the wall. She's blindfolded, indicating that she's aware of the truth of Christianity. Her staff is broken, meaning that she no longer has power. She's holding on to the the tablets of the law that are falling from her hands because she doesn't have a good strong hold on them. And the whole message is meant to indicate that the woman that represents Judaism, the synagogue, has betrayed God, is now a fallen woman, but the upright Christian woman is now taking her place as the righteous, inheritor of God's favor. I happen to especially like this one. I think it's become a classic because, in my humble opinion, I'm not a historian, but the church is not portrayed in a very sympathetic way here. In fact, I think if you were a Martian and you were to look at these sculptures, you would tend to identify with synagogue. She looks depressed. And this one, the way she's looking at her, here's another example. Sometimes this gets quite violent. Yes, that's about Yes, I repeat stuff like this over and over again. Yes, it was the same too, just it was the original supposed to be. I like the contrast here. You're not supposed to point out when I'm repetitive because then. Okay, all right. This was also in a display. This is a 14th century stained glass window from the German city of ViralRabbi, and it shows also the same idea of church and synagogue. This is also, you can imagine in real life, huge stained glass windows, like 8-10 feet tall. Here's the church, and she's riding a tetromorph, a beast with 4 heads, mystical allusions to the Bible, the upright staff, the chalice, and here's my favorite, a hand descends from heaven and places a crown on her head. Very strong statement of approval. The synagogue, on the other hand, you've got the broken staff, she's blindfolded, the crown is knocked off her head, and in case you were not certain about God's opinion of her, there's a bloody sword driving into the top of her head from heaven. And so the whole message, and think, if you will, for a minute, if you are an illiterate peasant in an era where visual art like this is very rare, we live in a visually saturated age where we're constantly bombarded with high quality 2D, 3D images. In the medieval world, the Gothic period, people, when they got art, they actually put it inside closets. You would not put it on your wall for vision. You would put it in a closet, and you would close the doors until you're like, yes, and then you would open it. Look at my art. You would open it up, it was like special. And the only place where a peasant would see art is if they went to a public space, like the cathedral or something like that. And it used to be overwhelming. It used to be like 3D sense around kind of experience. And if you're illiterate, you take in all the details, and you may have a deacon or someone explaining to you what it means, and you get the message that the church is pregnant and the synagogue is repudiated. And this comes from this whole idea of the election that it seems to be the natural outgrowth of Paul's teachings. Yes, Aliza.
Yeah. At least they did the right thing. Oh, no, sorry.
Right. So, yeah, no, that's an excellent question. The reality is that there's 2 answers. One is because for much of
you gotta learn how to draw the both logo up. I start trying to write
large abstract ideas like that church. You use female figures like women. Yeah, justice, right? Why is a woman holding the scales, right? It's like that kind of idea. The second thing is, this actually comes out of another form of art called the living cross, where Jesus will be portrayed on the cross with his right hand over the church. That's why the church is always portrayed on the left here, because it's the right hand of Jesus, and the left hand would be the synagogue. And so there is a male figure in the original versions of these works that is kind of edited out as they just focused on the 2 detail things. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
so this is supposed, it's actually, she's riding on the, well, you can't see because we have not enough contrast here. When we get the new building, we'll have like beautiful lights here, really see the colors and so on. She's holding onto a goat's head, which is an allusion in medieval and Jewish polemic of the carnal nature of Israel. And we can go about more details of this, but I don't want to do it on tape. So let's go right to here. Now, what ends up happening with Paul? He goes and his travels. He comes back to Jerusalem about the year 57, and he's warned by some of his followers that he is persona non grata in Jerusalem. He's been traveling all over Asia Minor, telling people they should convert to Christianity, Jews and Gentiles alike. And when he comes to Yerushalayim, he's not going to be a popular figure. So he nevertheless goes to Jerusalem, and he's apparently bringing some charitable funds there. And he is at some point so afraid of what might happen to him at the hands of the elders. Again, recall that he himself was a persecutor of Christians. He apparently turns himself over to the Romans for protective custody. He is then sent to Caesarea, which had a Roman garrison, and he is imprisoned there for 2 years awaiting trial. The trial was to be held, and again, we're not clear on exactly what was the charges, but we can imagine in this period of time, sedition or incitement to rebellion, things like that. These are all kinds of charges going on. It looks like it's not going to go his way. So since he is a Roman citizen, he demands the right to appeal his case directly to the emperor, which is apparently part of the judicial process. So he is taken to, after 2 years imprisonment in Caesarea, he is taken to Rome, where he is placed once again under house arrest there for another 2 years. And then
Maybe
trail disappears. We don't know exactly what happens to him after that. There is, however, a very reliable church tradition headed by Nero's troops in the context of the dissolution of Nero's empire and on charges that are unspecified. So most likely he was killed sometime in the 7th century. Now I can't remember how it goes, but I know that said I had a crypt with a sarcophagus inside. They did not open the sarcophagus, but they did some X-ray imaging, and they found the body in there, and some traces of what appeared to be, mineral shrouds that were consistent with the first century. And there's an inscription that says, Paul, Apostle, Martyr.
how it goes, but I know that I won't forget her because we danced all night to the best song ever. I think it went I think it went I think it went
So if we go back and let's just kind of assess his legacy once again. Without a doubt, Paul is one of the most influential Jews in world history. Not so much for promoting Judaism, but nevertheless, his Jewish origins, his Jewish thought, and the Jewish context in which he worked was crucial for his faith and voice. Given the nature of Jesus, who was definitely a charismatic and powerful charismatic teacher, it's unlikely that Jesus' teachings would have spread beyond the small environment of Jerusalem were it not for the tremendous religious efforts of someone like Paul, who took Jesus' story on the road and transformed it to a Gentile faith. Appeal to the Greeks and the Romans, saying this is something that would interest you. Nevertheless, he had a long-standing conflict, internal conflict over what that meant for his Judaic heritage, and he struggled all the time with this question, which really is a question for the church even today. Is it universalist or is it particularist? How can you maintain both of those things simultaneously? As Christianity develops, through Paul's influence, it becomes more and more Gentile, meaning fascinating. The percentage of people who are ethnically Jewish following Christianity drops precipitously as Christianity expands dramatically. So that creates a rift within the two faiths, which now they really are two faiths, which unfortunately causes a significant backlash on the mother religion. Because while Jews and Jewish Christians are having an argument over what Christianity means, it was still an argument within the family.
They had this thing called TRLL.
You argue bitterly with your siblings and with your parents and with your children.
He nailed it. And he said, this is the biggest song to ever play on
TRL. Consider them within your family.
No doubt.
But once it becomes a Gentile religion,
no doubt,
so far away from its
they had to
Jewish
retire.
origins,
it's like the first song I think they retired where it was just like
them kind of situation. And unfortunately, there is a lot of negativity directed at Judaism. But in conclusion, there is a fascinating observation by a very heroic 20th century theologian, Rabbi Luther, one of the first Christian theologians to grapple with the meaning of the Holocaust for Christianity and the relationship of Christianity and responsibility for the Holocaust. And I strongly urge you to look at her work because it is really, in the 1970s in particular, very, very heroic attempt to deal with some difficult questions. She writes that the left-hand mythology is anti-Semitism. What she means by that is the Gentile church is raising up the figure of Jesus. They are ipso facto putting down the mother religion. The two things have to balance each other out. And that, she says, is the dangerous aspect of the split between the early Christian Jewish church and the Gentile church.
Yes, I know.
That was a really controversial lecture. I'm going to wrap it up here and then I'll take questions offline. Thank you very much for your indulgence. And
Tell me why
when we're talking about the Jews of Babylon and the Talmud.
Tell me why I never want to hear you say I want it that way. Now I can see that you're falling apart from the way that you used to. Yeah. No matter the distance, I want you
It's
to
like
know
it's a fascinating topic.
that deep down inside.
I learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture, and I'll share with you some of those small insights into my of self-revelation that I had. But I want to start by saying that I have a caveat to make. Actually, two caveats. The first one is I've decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke, because I can actually look at the YouTube page and see when people stop watching my videos. And last week I did tell a joke, and people stayed with the lecture much longer, 77% longer actually than when I do tell the joke. So, and also the people at Torah Cafe, they always have the society stream outside. I'm not going to tell a joke right away. You have to invest at least 11 minutes into this lecture, unless I can't help it. Then you'll get the joke. The second thing is, we were doing research right up to the last minute. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce the subject of our lecture tonight, which is horribly embarrassing, since we're speaking into a massive crowd in places like Florida, and we have the internet audience. And I'm not a philosophy major, so I'm not sure what people actually say in universities. So let's have a vote from the audience. How would you like to pronounce his name? Philo, right? Like the dough. Rhymes with Milo, right? That certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I can find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. The problem is, in Greek, it's clearly Philo. It's actually Philon in Greek, an S at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say Philo.
The future of people
will I sound
is like, like those little citizen things.
So I'm just going to go with Philo,
Yeah.
because that is the consensus of the
Those little
audience.
citizen things, yeah. If I heard,
The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you a joke now anyway. So it goes like this. So this is a joke I realized as I was going through this particular lecture that one of the things that tends to fascinate me overall when I study for these lectures is I'm especially interested in the question of Jewish identity. What makes a person consider themselves a Jew? What exactly is it? Obviously, it's easy to consider someone else a Jew or consider someone else not a Jew. But at what point does one person consider themselves a Jew?
You know what? If you just
Fascinating
fucking
topic
know
that, of course, is especially relevant with the recent results of the Pew Research poll on Jews in America. And I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the term goes like this. It's set in Soviet Russia. In the late Brezhnev area, when there was tremendous privation,
why aren't you doing that?
shortages, and in order to get anything, you have to go and stand in line for hours at Chepha. You have to stand outside the shop for hours before you get it. So the joke goes that there's a typical lineup at a grocery store, everyone's waiting to get in and get some basic cucumber. And people are waiting and waiting, and finally someone in the shopkeeper opens up the window and he says, "We just learned that we're going to be receiving fewer cucumbers than expected today, so all Jews move the line go home." So what can we do? Of course, it's not Jews pick up the lane. Then, about 30 minutes later, we're all waiting outside, it's cold, you know, it's like December in Siberia, and they open up the window again, and they say, "We just learned that one of the trucks bringing us cucumbers that broke down on the Trans-Siberian Highway will have less cucumbers than expected, and so therefore all ethnic Latvians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Tatars must leave the line and go home." So all these ethnicities have to give up, they all go home. This goes on and on all day until finally he opens up and says, "We just learned that the last truck of cucumbers was hijacked by the mafia, and we will have no cucumbers today. Everyone go home." So a pure, ethnically pristine Soviet citizen standing in line all day turns to his neighbor and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Glorious laughter. Okay, so let's go to our topic today. Philo of Alexander. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important, as we shall see, in Christian thought, particularly to the church fathers of the late ancient period. His years are roughly 20 before the Common Era to about 50 of the Common Era. We don't know precisely, but it's one of his writings that is dated to roughly year 42. He describes himself as an older man. In the context of the various activities, we assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. But these are extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that his life overlapped with that of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. His life overlapped with Jesus of Nazareth, with Josephus, we talked about last week, and of course he died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of the Jewish colony in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher. One might say philosopher / theologian, because he was very interested in religion. In fact, that was literally the sole focus of all his writings were both on Judaism and on a Jewish morality as he envisioned it. But there's a strange irony about Philo's life. He was extremely important in the Christian intellectual tradition, copied almost verbatim by Eusebius and then by all the other church fathers, and revered as a great Jewish philosopher, but he was totally ignored by the rabbis. And he is completely absent from the Hebrew religious tradition until the 19th century, when people started to pay attention to him again. So, what a strange thing. Very, very well published, well circulated author in the original Greek and also in Latin and Aramean translations. Armenian translation, excuse me. And yet the rabbis have nothing to do with them. They can't even argue with them. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's, as they say in Hebrew, chutz lamachana, outside of the camp. No one pays attention to Philo. So how is it that he evaded all rabbinic attention while receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the more fanciful 16th century representations of, as you can see,
Yeah, I came
back.
back.
Philo,
I came back.
I have no idea if you like anything like this, but it's a colorful picture, and I saw it on Wikipedia. So, moving forward, what do we know about him? With the exception of one reference in Josephus, which supports the idea that he was in fact as important as one would think from Philo's own writings, we have no references to Philo, contemporary references, other than Philo himself. So, like our attempt to analyze Josephus last week, everything we have to say about Philo is based on his own writings, on literary analysis of what he has to say about both in terms of further depiction of his own life, which he does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the world around him, that we can kind of read backwards and learn some things about. We can't figure out, however, quite a bit. This is another 15th century representation. We don't know if this looks anything like him. He's slightly wall-eyed here too, which I'm not sure if that was probably anti-Semitic or something. So, what do we know about it? He was a very prominent individual and from a very wealthy family. We know this primarily because of his description of his relations. His brother, Alexander Lysimachus, was titled the Alabarch of Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alabarch is. In Greek, the term arch means like leader, like monarch, single leader, that kind of thing. And it appears he may have been some kind of treasurer, certainly though a very high-level dignitary, to be sure. We know that he was a great benefactor of Jewish causes in Alexandria and in Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. He says, by the way, while I was going to Israel to offer sacrifices, this happened to me. And we don't know much else about his relationship to Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writings, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. He definitely was educated in the gymnasia, in the traditional male-dominated
because then I was like,
universities, as it were, of the time. In fact, some authors believe, some scholars believe that he is the father of modern misogyny, because he had a rather negative view of women getting higher education, and this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But anyway, he's clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. He is very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publications. His nephew also says something about his position in Jewish society. Tiberius Julius Alexander,
and it came out
we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation. He actually fought with the Roman soldiers on the wrong side of Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman-Jewish War, meaning he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed, and not like Josephus as a captive, but in an administrative capacity. Some say he even led the charge into Jerusalem, again based on scanty evidence. This was
my neck like
his son, and from some of Philo's writings, one author in particular opines that perhaps he directed some of his writings specifically to his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture overall, though, of where Philo was in classical Alexandrian society. Wealthy, prominent, well-connected, educated, literate, and as we shall see, politically quite active. Any
Didn't she
questions
slap
to
you when
this
you went like
point?
that?
Yes, please.
Credited him with the selfie misogynist perhaps, and I don't think he seriously overrated.
You're like the meanest kid ever. My friends would be so sick.
Yes.
Fidelity. So I'm just wondering if
You
there's
are
a
so
sense
mean.
of
Really? Yeah. And they meet
Yeah,
my
that's
parents.
interesting. I don't know
They're
enough
so
about
nice.
Greek and
How
I
are you
have to
so
say
mean to
how,
them?
like fides means like faith, and hence fidelity, or like the dog's name Fido means, faithful dog. But philo in Greek means I love, like philosophia, I love philosophy. I
It's
love
hard
this
to
stuff.
describe.
Philon means lover, but I think he was a writer, not a lover. Perhaps. Okay, shall we go weiter? Yeah, let's go weiter. Okay, so his major work. So he wrote numerous tractates, many of which have been preserved. They are exclusively in Greek, some of which survive, as I mentioned, in Aramaic and in Latin translation. Should say Armenian, not Aramaic. That's an error. Sorry. One of the big debates among scholars, though, is did Philo actually know Hebrew?
Well, I
he
know
is writing
Aramaic.
exclusively
I know
on
more
Jewish
Aramaic
topics.
than
He is
I
like
use
the Jewish expert, and it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. His writings are